Hello. सबसे निवेदन कृपया अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। सभी से आग्रह रहेगा अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए। हिमाचल की धौलाधार की सुरम्य वादियों में बसी वीरभूमि देवभूमि धर्मशाला में सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगणों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन स्वागत है। Good morning to all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to this International Impact Conference on Ease of Identification at the Ballot, a subject that lies in the heart of free, fair and credible elections. आज का ये कार्यक्रम मतपत्र पर पहचान में आसानी इसी उद्देश्य के साथ आयोजित किया जा रहा है ताकि हर मतदाता को वोट डालने में पूरी स्पष्टता और सुविधा हो। और यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए आज के इस कार्यक्रम में सीओ मैम नंदिता गुप्ता जी, हमारे में पूर्व में सीओ हिमाचल प्रदेश रहे श्री नरेंद्र चौहान जी, एडिशनल सीओ उत्तराखंड से भी यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं श्री विजय जी, यहाँ उपस्थित डीसी राणा जी, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर एचपीएमसी लिमिटेड, उपायुक्त श्री हेमराज वैरबा जी और यहाँ उपस्थित प्रतिभागीगण और एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट, हम आपका पुनः यहाँ पहुँचने पर अभिनंदन करते हैं। सबसे पहले हमारा निवेदन रहेगा, नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल ऑन स्टेज फॉर वेलकम एड्रेस एंड इंट्रोडक्टरी रिमार्क्स वर्दी चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर हिमाचल प्रदेश मैडम नंदिता गुप्ता जी।
Distinguished delegates, respected seniors, colleagues from the Election Commission of India, representatives of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, representatives from the offices of Chief Electoral Officers of Chandigarh, Haryana, Uttarakhand and Odisha, distinguished academicians from premier institutes across the country and Himachal Pradesh, colleagues from the government of Himachal Pradesh, members of civil society, and friends from the international electoral community. I wish all of you a very good morning and a warm welcome to Himachal Pradesh. It is my privilege to welcome all of you to Dharamsala for the International Conference on Ease of Identification at Ballot. Some of you have joined us virtually from across continents. Others have traveled from across mountains and plains to be a part of this conference. I thank all of you for being here today to share your rich knowledge and experiences. As all of you are aware, India currently holds the chairship of the Council of Member States of International IDEA. This chairship carries with it a responsibility, which is to convene the world's election management bodies around questions that affect every democracy, regardless of geographic area, economic status, or technological capacity. The subject before us today is not an abstract one. It is about that single decisive moment when a voter stands before a polling official and must be recognized, quickly, fairly, and without doubt, as the person who is entitled to cast that vote. How does an election official, in the space of a few seconds, at the time of casting a vote, confirm reliably that the person in front of them is who they claim to be. This is one of the crucial factors that democracy hinges upon. If election officials are over-rigid and over-bureaucratic in their approach, the result is delays, long queues, confusion, and exclusion of voters who had every right to vote. Conversely, however, a lowering of reliable standards of verification may lead to impersonation and multiple voting. In both scenarios, the long-term result is casting of a shadow on the electoral process and a slow erosion of public confidence in democracy. Every election management body has to find its own answer to this issue in their own specific demographic, economic, social, cultural, and technological context. None of us will arrive at the same answer, and that is precisely the reason all of us here have converged today. Over the past few months, our office has been involved in research on identification practices across 100 democratic countries in the world, spanning every continent and covering electorates exceeding 3.5 billion registered voters combined. What emerges is not a single correct model, but 4 distinct families of practice. Some nations, for example, Australia or Denmark, require only a voter's name in an electoral roll, relying on the strength of their civil registries without any identification document. Others require a single mandatory document, trading flexibility for standardization. A growing number of countries, for example, Ghana, Kenya, Brazil, Nigeria, have moved to biometric verification at the polling booth itself. And the largest group of all, 68 of the 100 countries studied, accept multiple forms of photo identification, prioritizing inclusion over uniformity. India's own system sits within that last group. Our electoral photo identity card, the EPIC, introduced in 1993, is supplemented today by 12 alternative documents and a digital e-electoral photo identification card. We manage identification for nearly 970 million registered voters across 1 million polling stations. It is, by any measure, the largest functioning exercise of its kind anywhere in the world. We say this not as a claim to have the best possible solution, but as an offering of 30 years of operational experience to all practitioners and stakeholders, such as the distinguished gathering here who are involved in addressing similar issues in their own countries and in their own states. Our research has led us to the conclusion that context determines suitability. A role-only system that works in a high-trust democracy based on reliable civil registration would fail if transplanted in a different context without that particular foundation. A biometric system that delivers strong integrity safeguards in one country can become an instrument of disenfranchisement in another country if the institutional groundwork, like information technology penetration and complete digital coverage of citizens, is absent. Our task here today is to understand that context, not flatten it into a league table, and make more context-based recommendations. Everything we have assembled in our research so far, the country mapping, the screening of practices, the comparative analysis, has been built from documents like laws, observer reports, academic studies, etc. Today, we begin something different. Today, we move from documents to practitioners, from what is written down to what is actually lived in the polling booth. I am certain that all of you would agree that no document captures what a presiding officer in a remote constituency learns in real time when a biometric scanner fails and 300 voters are waiting outside the station. No report fully captures a sense of dignity felt by a person from the transgender community when their unique identity is given long overdue formal recognition in election documents. No academic study can tell us, with the authority of lived experience, what an election official from West Africa or South Asia or Latin America knows about the gap between a procedure as written and procedure as practiced. That knowledge exists in all of you. Today, we are joined by experienced senior and junior colleagues, practitioners who bring their rich practical experience gained through heading the election department and its various activities at both headquarters and at field level, in Himachal and in other states in India. We are joined by academicians who bring their theoretical expertise in various social, technological, and legal issues pertaining to the topic. We are joined by civil society members who engage at the grassroots level with the most important person in the electoral process, who is the voter. And we are joined by members of the international community who will enhance this learning process through sharing aspects of their respective systems. So I would request every participant, whether you represent an election commission, a civil society organization, a disability rights group, or an international observer mission, to engage with candor in the coming sessions. Tell us what has genuinely worked, but more importantly, tell us what has failed and why, because failure honestly examined is worth more than to this compendium than success left unexamined. Our commitment runs through every session this week. Ease of identification cannot be discussed as a technical or administrative matter alone. It must be examined through discussions on the ramifications of the formal provisions and processes. Questions like, how can voter awareness prior to voting day affect ease of identification during polling? What enabling legal provisions ensure this? How can new technologies speed up the process while balancing the question of the right of privacy of citizens? How to include and identify those outside the digital universe, people like women, minorities, migrants, less educated, people living in remote and rural areas. I request that every working session keep that standard in view. Himachal Pradesh is honored to host this gathering. Our own electoral experience, administering elections across the most demanding terrain in the country, from the high altitude constituencies to dense urban centers, has taught us that ease of identification is never solved once and left alone. It is maintained year after election through institutional discipline, honest evaluation, and a willingness to learn from elsewhere. This is what India's chairship of International IDEA and this collaboration between IIIDEM and the global electoral community is ultimately about. Not exporting a single model to the world, but building a shared, evidence-based body of knowledge that every election management body, irrespective of size or resources, can draw upon to serve its own voters better. With that said, I again welcome all of you to this stakeholder engagement, and I look forward to the discussions that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for valuable words. We are confident that the collective wisdom of experts and practitioners gathered here will generate meaningful insights and practical recommendations for improving the voter identification process at the ballot. Now I would like to call on State Nodal Training Officer Sri Munshiram Sharma ji for overview report on ease of identification of ballot. Shri Munshiram Sharma ji.
The worthy Chief Electoral Officer Himachal Pradesh, eminent and distinguished gatherings, district election officers, additional CEO Uttarakhand, the representatives of outside state and other participants in the hall, in line and spirit of our worthy Chief Electoral Officer, Himachal Pradesh, I, on behalf of training section of the department, welcome all the eminent scholars, academicians, participants to this August gathering and workshop, where again we are here to discuss about the topic and the theme assigned to Himachal Pradesh, that is how easily we are going to address the question of identification at polling station. Here I will briefly just go in a PPT way, because I am here just to give an overview of the, our topic and step-by-step movement forward as per the direction and inputs from Election Commission of India, Triple IDM, and also as our worthy CEO has laid out the initial remarks, what we have already done. I also, on behalf of the department, extend a warm welcome to the international audience, including the speakers from the countries which have confirmed and the participants across the globe who will be joining on this August workshop and give inputs to our work. And thank you very much. As far as the topic is concerned, this report which the state of Himachal Pradesh has been assigned by Triple IDM, Election Commission of India, it is step-by-step work. So we'll be talking about how step-by-step we are moving. Here we will discuss 8 different steps which we are taking, and we have taken. First, the International Chairship, International Idea 2026, which ma'am has already conveyed, and the audience is now well aware that India is the chair of International Idea since 3rd December 2025 till 2nd December 2026. In view of that chairship, International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, which is a premier institute of Election Commission of India, under the guidance of the institute, the state chief electoral officers have been assigned different topics and themes on which the reports are being prepared. So, second is the workshop and overview background. Third is 9-step research methodology. Next is purpose of the workshop and stakeholders mapping. And 5th is stakeholders engagement and knowledge extraction. 6th is evidence-based case identification and screening. 7th is global best practices, spotlights and finding. And last is road ahead deliverables and discussion. As you know, it has been already clarified that the chairship of India has a theme, democracy for an inclusive, peaceful, resilient and sustainable world. Those are the 2 pillars directly anchor this research, and in that democratic perspective, democratic imperative, voter ID at polling station is where abstract right becomes concrete acts, and every design choice affects inclusion, integrity, trust simultaneously. Then Triple IDM's role here is that it is under the leadership of Triple IDM, guidance and control of Triple IDM, that the whole work is being undertaken by all the states. It is under the guidance of Triple IDM that the report is being designed, methodology has been created, EMB engagement has been ensured, and drafting and quality control is also will be checked and finalized by the Triple IDM. Then the report, when it comes out, it will not be of a state level or national level, it will be a global level report, and the case studies and other aspects will be covered across the globe. Responsibility paradigm, how we are working in the chairship of the International IDEA. First, at the apex level, ECI and IIIDM has full operational responsibility for study, design, methodology, stakeholder engagement, drafting, and conclusion of the report. And international IDEA, the role is limited, technical input, access to the information, communication, and technology in elections database. If we need some assistance, we will be approaching, every state will be approaching the international community, EMBs through IIIDM, who will coordinate and assist in collaboration with those EMBs. And after that comes the role of state thematic team. In Himachal Pradesh, for the report to be prepared on the theme, a thematic team under the leadership and guidance of Chief Electoral Officer is there, in which there are academicians who will deliberate on each topic and which report will be prepared, and thematic leads from IIIDM will coordinate with the CO thematic team in preparation, writing, and conclusion of the report. Then comes the role of academics and technical partners, which are universities, research institutions, will provide research and analytical support and evidence processing without steering practitioner decision. The main role here is that at no level the decision or the guidance or the proposal or the researcher's work will not be adulterated. It will be reflected in the report in the same way which they are producing. Background, our topic comes under group 6 balloting, and the topic ease of identification at the ballot, one of the 24 thematic priorities under India's chairship, global best practices and innovation in electoral processes. As ma'am has already declared, we are not here to give ranking to the best or not so best. We are here to include the case studies of all the aspects in whatever role they have. In our research work, only 4 identification models have been indicated. Initially, we have searched more than 100 countries, and then we have selected 100 countries on these 4 basic points. First is no ID, where only elector roll is. Only elector roll is used for identification at the polling station. No other document is required to be produced by the elector. Third is photo ID and multiple type accepted. There are 68, and India is one of them, in which photo ID or any other document prescribed by the election management bodies, they are prescribed. Those are accepted, and like India, we have EPIC, and during the elections, Election Commission notifies the list of other documents that are recognized by the polling staff at the polling station. Third is mandatory national identity cards, or EMB issues voter card. These are only 16 countries where either national voter identity card is accepted or their EMB issues specifically other documentary proof, that is only accepted. The difference between multiple and this is that only in the category of Cs, the 16 country which we have researched, only national IDs or EMB issued card are accepted, no other card is accepted. Then last one is live biometric at the polling station. Those are the countries which are very advanced from the perspective of identification at the polling station. And like Albania, Armenia, Bangladesh, Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic of Ghana, Kenya, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, Nigeria, these are the countries which we are talking about technology in identification, they are very advanced. Now, 9-step methodology. First is the purpose and scoping. Initial, we have shared with the research scholars and the speakers all the 3 steps we have, the work we have done so far in order to read it in advance so that they may draw the conclusion on our work. So first step is purpose and scoping. Second is global evidence mapping and literature review. Third step is case identifying and screening. Fourth is the stakeholder engagement. We are here. Only next step are comparative analysis and case documentation. The rest of the steps are just for the concluding and composition of the report. Those up to 6 topics we will be preparing the report, and thereafter the report will be reviewed at the IIIDM level where it will all be finalized. Purpose of this workshop is the structured research exercise where qualitative research, not just events, to strengthen the thematic reports. We are here to validate our assumptions, if any, and also improve recommendations. Our esteemed speakers or research scholars, whatever assumptions, recommendation they give, they will be the part of our report and also measure the contribution. And as we say, the quality and relevance of the contribution will improve the quality of report. These are our engagement targets, and 100+ stakeholders across 20 countries. First is EMB officials, that is the officials of election management bodies across the globe. Then is the civil society, that is domestic and international election observers, voter registration and civic education, NGOs, and women's rights. And third is disability and inclusions. And fourth is technology providers. Fifth is international practitioners. Last is legal and academic experts. Some of them are here today. Some of them are online with us. Some of them have been engaged through us. Some other through IIIDM. And our report will combine on the basis of all these stakeholders, whatever inputs they are providing to us. Again, in 100 countries what we have mapped, 31 are from Europe, 20 from Asia Pacific, Latin America 22, Sub-Saharan Africa 18, Eastern Europe and Caracas 6, and North Africa and Middle East 3 countries. There we are engaging and we are taking into consideration their case studies, their methods, and their process. And then how the knowledge is extracted. Knowledge extraction methods are generic primary evidence and secondary, and contextual knowledge, how we work, enabling condition, institutional prerequisites, operation constraint that secondary literature cannot reveal. That also are to be captured. Then we identify voter-facing challenges, then extract lesson learned, and then build practitioner network. Thereby, we are compiling this report. And 6 engagement modalities, how to collect evidence. One is structured, semi-structured expert interviews. Second is multi-stakeholders workshop. Third is structured questionnaire or survey. Fourth is focus group, our voter experience groups, polling officials, civil society like. Fifth is field observation by organizational reports. And 6 is online conclusion. These are the modalities we are collecting evidence. And we have noted certain best practices which will be included in the report. In India, for example, well-validated best practices, 96 million voters, 1.05 million polling stations, e-Epic digital ID, and BLO election outreach, master score 8, we have also scored in which are here, which may not be that relevant, but if for our report, we are going ahead this way. Second is Ghana, fingerprints for facial at the polling booth, ghost voter reduction verified, and offensive EVD fallback protocol also is applicable there, and battery powered for rural use. That is their system for biometric. Then is Estonia, world's first EID ecosystem. Their internet voting via EID also there, backchain secured roles and high transferability conditions required for that. And third is Australia, fourth. That is 17.2 million voters, compulsory enrollment, less than one fraud per million voters. High social trust environment, then strong civil registry infrastructure. Now Japan is 105 million voters. This is civil registry and social norm as primary safeguard and low transferability without similar trust consent. And last one is Mongolia, first biometric rollout in 2024, electronic voter list integrated, nomadic mobile register provision, and rapidly developing model. Then what evidence tells us? It is about what we have concluded so far may not be our conclusion final, but so far what our research has gone and what we have included is legal clarity is the strongest predicator of operational feasibility across all 100 countries. Where we are legally clear, the process is also operationally feasible across the 100 countries. Then biometric paradox, highest integrity safeguard, but the widest operational variance. Robust contingency planning is non-negotiable there. Meaning thereby, if this biometric paradox, biometrically it also increases our ease, but there are also risks involved in it. Then is the documentation gap, average documentation. Quality for low-income countries is lower than for high income, a capacity gap, not a quality gap. It is just a conclusion as above, it is not final. Any suggestion, any from research point of view will add up to our report. Then the mid-range system transfer best, the most flexible system, which is being applied in India, Canada, Brazil, Ghana, may not be that most sophisticated, but most what the CEO has laid out in the initial remarks. We are here, why we are here today, what are our objectives. So we are here looking for some answers. What are those answers, expected answers? From legal and regulatory foundations, we seek to know what laws govern voter identity requirements. How are requirements communicated to the voter? And what legal basis exists for fallback procedures? If we have to take any remedial measure, how we will be dealing that. Second is system design and ID models. Which identification modalities are used and why? What is the relevance? And how has the system evolved over time? And how is the voter registration integrated? Third is operational implementation and training. In this, how the polling officials are trained, how effectively, and what are the most common errors, and how is the real-time management handled. Third is how is consistency maintained across the stations. Fourth is accessibility and voter-centered design. What provisions exist for voters without standard document, and how are the disabled and elderly and low literacy voters accommodated, and have accessibility audits been conducted? This will be for the global, all across the globe or all the countries which are under the our domain of report. Fifth is technology, data, and cyber security. What electronic system are used and how are they secured? How is a voter data protected under GDPR? That is General Data Protection Regulation or equivalent provision, whatever. What biometric safeguards and contingency plan exist in those, especially in those countries where they are operating this system. Sixth is complaints, remedies, and dispute resolution. What mechanism exists for wrongly denied voters? Are the provisional challenged ballots available? What data exist on ID-related complaints and what patterns emerge? 7, innovation and reform experiences. What is the most significant recent innovation, drivers and results, which reforms were attempted but failed, and what were the lessons, which other countries' practices are worth adapting? The last one is gender, youth, and diversity lessons. How do ID requirements differentially affect women? How are first-time and young displaced voters served? And what ethnic, linguistic, caste-specific identification difficulties exist? That's all. That's how we are moving forward on the report. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर. अब इसके बाद अलग अलग सेशंस अलग अलग हॉल में व्यवस्था की गई है. तो आप सबसे निवेदन रहेगा जिसको जो हॉल अलॉटेड है उस हॉल में तीन जगह सेशन से चलेंगे अलग अलग, और 1:25 पे हम दोबारा से यहाँ पे कंक्लूडिंग मार्क के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठे होंगे और सभी लोग जो है वो अपने अपने सेशंस के लिए यहाँ से प्रस्थान कर सकते हैं. आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी. और जो हॉल नंबर 1 के प्रतिभागी हैं वो यहीं पे कृपया बैठे रहें, और हॉल नंबर 2 जो है वो साथ में है और हॉल नंबर 3 ऊपर वाले फ्लोर में है, 3rd फ्लोर में. तो आप लोग कृपया अपने अपने हॉल्स में, आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे सबको हॉल के बारे में जानकारी दी गई है सभी प्रतिभागियों को. समय की कमी है और कृपया हम जल्दी से सेटल डाउन हो जाएं. और इस हॉल में जो बैठेंगे वो जो पीछे के टेबल्स में हैं आगे की तरफ आ जाएं. हमारे पास 5 मिनट हैं. 11:15 पे ये सेशन शुरू होगा, फर्स्ट सेशन.
काफी हटा दें अब जारी है वहाँ आवाज
फर्स्ट सेशन में आप सबका स्वागत है। हमारे इस सेशन 1 घंटे का रहेगा और 15-15 मिनट का सभी जो हमारे स्पीकर्स हैं उनको टाइम स्लॉट रहेगा उसके लिए। और आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द स्पीकर्स टू रिस्पेक्ट टाइम स्लॉट प्लीज़। और इसमें हमारे बीच आज सबसे पहले स्टीम स्पीकर हमारे बीच, और इस सेशन का टॉपिक जो रहेगा लीगल प्रोविज़न, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर इश्यूज रिजॉल्विंग अराउंड ईज ऑफ आइडेंटिफिकेशन। वी हैव 4 स्पीकर्स। श्री नरेंद्र चौहान जी आईएएस, और वास्ट नॉलेज है और बहुत टाइम तक यहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन में काम किया है। उनका मार्गदर्शन गाइडेंस हमें यहाँ पर मिलेगी। और साथ में यहाँ पर श्री डीसी राणा जी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर एचपीएमसी हैं अभी, और एक्स डिस्ट्रिक्ट इलेक्शन ऑफिसर रह चुके हैं। और श्री रिधांशु जी रिसर्च एसोसिएट दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी, ये भी यहाँ हमारे बीच मौजूद रहेंगे। और एडिशनल सीईओ उत्तराखंड श्री विजय जी, इनका भी हमारे मध्य एक लेक्चर रहेगा यहाँ पर। और 15-15 मिनट का सभी के लिए टाइम स्लॉट यहाँ पे दिया गया है। हमारा निवेदन रहेगा वर्दी श्री नरेंद्र चौहान आईएएस, चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर एचपी, एक्स चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिस एचपी, आपसे निवेदन रहेगा कि यहाँ पर फर्स्ट सेशन का फर्स्ट अपना लेक्चर के लिए सम्मानीय श्री चौहान जी।
Some thoughts with you on this topic. As you know, elections is a very arduous task, and elections are due in Himachal sometime in October, November next year, for which I think we have to start preparation from today onwards. So I'm quite happy that at least the first part, though this is an international conference, but the first part of training management for various officers of the department, or whether they are going to be EROs or AROs or ROs, has actually begun. So there are a lot of issues on which all of you need to be aware of in terms of training management, material management, in terms of first level checking of EVMs, sweep. There are issues in terms of ballot paper management, nomination, etc. So there are actually 16 such templates which have been developed by the ECI, which need to be monitored by the DEO, the District Election Officer, who is normally the Deputy Commissioner of the district, or maybe in some cases they also form more than one DO, but at least for the Lok Sabha election there is only one DO, and so on and so forth. So we have to begin preparation from now on. Any discussion on the election would obviously commence with Article 324 of the Any discussion would commence with Article 324, which are provisions which actually came into operation even before 26th January 1950. In fact, Article 324, Part 15 of the Constitution came into operation on 26th November 1949. as the Constituency Assembly gave their report, some provisions of the Constitution were first implemented with effect on the date which I just indicated. So Article 324 basically says that the Superintendent's direction and control of the electoral rolls and the conduct of elections would rest with the Election Commission of India. Okay? Then under Article 325, just like we have an equality before law and equal protection of the law, also says that there should be no person should be ineligible to be included in an electoral roll simply on grounds of religion, caste and sex. Or vice versa, it also says that no electoral roll can be prepared on exclusively on these three parameters. These provisions were there only nature of the Constitution. Now Article 324 has all along, from the time of 1952, Ponnu Swami's case till the recent said this Supreme Court by Justice Bagchi and the CJ in the Bihar case, has been held to be a reservoir of powers vested with the Election Commission. But they've also very categorically said that what erstwhile we used to think that it is like a residuary power. No, they said powers as per Schedule 7, the legislative powers have to be respected. Under Article 324, you cannot go so far as to start legislating or encroach on powers which are vested with various other authorities, which is basically the legislatures. But yet they said that yes, in order to give effect to the conduct of elections, etc., you very well need to have some powers. And just like the Symbols Order 1968 has been passed under Article 324, they upheld such powers. Now, my first thing to bring to your notice is that we must all be aware of basically the 4 statutes which govern our election law. The first is what you call the RP Act 1950, which is basically a stage essentially dealing only with preparation of the electoral rolls. Yeah, I mean it mentions about section 3, 4. They mention about the seats reserved in the parliament in the states, the Anglo-Saxons, etc. Then section 8 relates to the consolidation of delimitation orders. Then similarly, section 13A very categorically says that there shall be a CO who will work subject to the superintendent's direction and control of the Election Commission, and the CO shall also supervise the preparation, revision and correction of electoral roll in the state. Similarly, 13AA talks of district election officers, and 13B talks of EROs, etc. So when we are talking under the 1950 Act, we are basically dealing only with electoral registration officers, ERO, AEROs, etc. Now, the next act which equally one has to be very, very conversant is the Representation of Peoples Act 1951. That actually deals with the substantive parts of conducting an election, which is basically ballot papers, nominations, rejection, election petitions, Corrupt Practices Act under 123, corrupt practices under 100, petitions to be filed in the High Court, etc. And even section 16, it defines what is an ordinary resident, etc. Now coming back to the case of Bihar, the Supreme Court has very categorically said that having a intensive revision of roll is a valid exercise under under Rule 21(3) of the 1950 Act, because it is stipulated that the Election Commission may give a order a revision either for a part constituency or any constituency. Of course, the Associated Democratic lawyers did try to agree that any doesn't mean whole, but no, the Supreme Court held that yes, they are all entitled to do that, and it was necessitated, they felt, because of the last revision in WIA took place in 2000, intensive revision in 2002 or 2003. But though there has been a lot of criticism, and these are things which we need to really address, because the methodology there stipulated that enumeration forms, if they are not submitted, your name will not be included. And even if you were there in the older electoral rolls, which was the qualifying date was treated as 2003, it still was not included. So just like some of you who have an experience of the revenue law, normally we say that if an entry is made in a Jama Bandi, there is a presumption of truth attached to it. So similarly, a intensive revision as opposed to a summary revision is something like I will say that a summary revision is like a 4 Sala Jama Bandi. You keep upgrading the Jama Bandis after every 4 years, 6 years. But that doesn't mean that the old, that we throw away the, that doesn't mean that we throw away the tub with the bath water. So this is a very delicate exercise, and I hope those who are engaged in, I don't know if sir is going on in Himachal. Is it going on, or is it intended to be? I don't know. Okay, so that is a very sensitive issue. And then I would also like to just bring to all your people's, some of your people's knowledge, like since the topic was identification of voters, though of course the conduct of election rules 1961 is very clear in the, if you go through it, it very clearly specifies the role of a presiding officer, polling agent, the polling agent number 1, number 2, etc. But there are also issues of challenge vote or tendered vote. Like I'm sure all of you know what is a challenged vote. When somebody challenges the identity of a person, the presiding officer will first let him know that the punishment for impersonation, and but if the person insists that no, I am Narinder Chauhan, then if he is convinced that yes, I on the basis of my documents or verification, etc., or whatever, epic card or that voter ID slip, etc., then I am allowed to, by paying rupees to, the vote can be accepted. Similarly, there is another thing is called tendered vote. So where a voter actually goes and realizes that somebody else has already gone and voted in his name. So he can't then vote in the, and the presiding officer is convinced that yes, he is the genuine voter at serial number, etc. He will allow him to vote, but he will actually keep it in a, I think, form 17C or D or something like that, and he will give him that, and they'll keep it in an envelope. I could not see any provisions which mandate that there would be counting of these tendered votes, but I do also think that in couple of cases in the courts have actually held that where there are too many tendered votes, they may see it as a form of booth capturing, which is also one of the corrupt practices under section 123, or they may also allow it. But how could they allow it? Because then the 2 votes which have gone in the EVM, you can't delete those to this thing. So, but where the difference between the tendered votes and the margin, tendered votes are more than the margin of defeat, courts would be most happy to set aside such an election. But where the let's say the gap is 10,000 and tendered votes are 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, they may overlook that, but it gives satisfaction to the voter that he has actually exercised his right to vote. So, so the persons who are engaged in the conduct of elections, you must be very much aware of the provisions of the 1951 Act, which gives immense power to the CO and to the DO, etc., for taking people on deputation, requisition of vehicles, requisition of buildings. All officers are treated on being on deputation with the Election Commission of India during that period. So these are aspects. But of course, over a period of years, this is a very challenging period for the election department. Maybe with the proliferation of social media, or maybe the intensity of competition between political parties. I mean, I don't know, but there are issues that one needs to be very, very sensitive. One needs to have a total hands-on approach and even be as transparent as possible. I mean, just I was telling Deputy Commissioner Kangra, I think he's just left, that I mean, in one a conference, the CEC actually mentioned that though Mr. Joshi lost by 1 vote, he did not ask for a recount. At least in the, he did not ask for a recount in the from the RO. So that was the faith he had in the conduct of elections. But of course, I think though subsequently he did challenge that case, and I think he lost. There were, I think, two tendered votes. It was a case titled CP Joshi versus Kalyan Singh Chauhan, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That, and then there are really very genuine issues of nomination. There's a very landmark case called Major Mohini. She was a candidate from Simla. This is a Supreme Court case, Major Mohini versus Minder Singh Sofat. So Mrs. Mohini won actually by 26 votes, and her election was challenged by Mr. Minder Sofat on the ground that there has been a wrongful rejection of 2 candidates who are basically backup candidates of HVC, which is a party by late Mr. Sukram, and the Shiv Sena. But as they did not enclose Form A and B, and in the symbol they had left, in their choice of symbol they had left vacant, so it was held that it was a wrong rejection. And so they set aside this thing. Similarly, there was a 3rd candidate called some Mr. Bhardwaj, whose application was taken written at 12:44, written 12:45, and oath given to him at 12:44. So that was one of the grounds which the High Court set aside, that how can you give an oath before taking his application? Application nomination is between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Yeah. So the Supreme Court then said, but luckily whoever the person was wrote 11:45 p.m. He should have written 11:45 a.m. He wrote 11:45 p.m. Then the Supreme Court said that this, of course, tantamounts to what's it called? A clerical error, because obviously it cannot be p.m. It has to be a.m. And they made the entries vice versa. What should have been 11:45 for receiving? 11:44 for receiving, we made it 11:44 for the oath. So these are just small issues which I'm pointing out, so that you are aware of what transpires as an RO. We don't know, it could be a deliberate mischief, because a wrongful rejection is a worse thing than a wrongful acceptance. A wrongful acceptance only if it has substantially impacted on I mean, on the result. But mostly a wrongful acceptance may mean he'll get 500, 800, 2,000 votes, whereas margins might be much more. So that's really not a ground for setting aside. So anyway, the point which I want to actually, why I'm giving these little citations was, is to emphasize and drill into all of you, because all of you will be associated with the conduct of elections in another year's time from today. So you have to begin your preparation right now from, let's say, a week on from today. And because there are issues which take four months, like ordering of the seals, ordering of the pink paper slips, issues like first level checking of EVMs, etc. That has to be done at least 6 to 8 months ago, a prior visit of polling stations, etc., creation of auxiliary stations. So all these aspects you really need to be hands-on, and once again wish the conference all my good wishes. I'm sure it will be a success, and we need to progress further in terms of IT solutions, but I'm sure that with support from the ECI, Himachal would definitely give a great election, and with the best wishes to Madam CEO and all colleagues, and thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your vast experience and valuable guidance to our participants. Now I would like to request Shri D.C. Rana ji, IAS Managing Director and ex-District Election Officer, 2022 batch.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. मैम नंदिता गुप्ता जी, who's the Chief Electoral Officer, Himachal. Shri Narendra Chauhan ji, who retired as Additional Chief Secretary and remained CEO also. Additional CEO from Uttarakhand. All the participants, I can see many EROs and other delegates of the conference. I would like to say two things before I start. I've been associated with the election process since 2000. That was the year when I conducted my first election, and 2003 was the first election in the country which was conducted through EVMs. I was RO Barmore, a different kind of experience. And in all these years, worked in different capacities, remained DO also, acted as a election observer also. But for the first time, I'm attending a conference where Election Commission is actually talking about something different and something very important. And it's good to see that we are talking about a very important and very minute and very important kind of critical issue, identification of the voter at the polling station. We have never thought of it. Honestly speaking, we never thought of it until I got an invitation to speak here. So I'll be basically talking about the legal provisions, the international standard practices, and what actually happens on the polling booth, some of my own thoughts. So if we look at the legal framework which is internationally accepted, so there has to be, if you look at the law point of view, so the law for identification of the voter has to be, there has to be a clarity about the legal provisions. When you conduct election as a RO, except for the election Kanungo, everybody is hired. Everybody is detailed from different departments. And making them very, very clear about the legal provision is something very critical, and
in the election process, I think we mainly focus on how to conduct the election. So, clarity about rules and acceptable ID requirement has to be very clear, that has not to be any ambiguity. And there's an international covenant on civil and political rights, and it talks under Article 25 about the ID, and it has to be good enough to prevent fraud, but at the same time, it should not become a hindrance and barrier. And then the system has to be good enough. It should have good integrity, so that every safeguard is taken to ensure that the election is free and fair and there is no fraud. If we talk about the different international organizations, they have also laid down certain norms and guidelines. So I spoke about the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So it talks that every citizen shall have the right to vote without unreasonable restriction. So basically the principle of proportionality and universality has to be there when we allow people to vote. There's a UN General Commission it talks about the process has to be non-discriminatory, and the burden on specific democratic groups should not violate a right to universal suffrage. Then there is a Venice Commission Code also. So it talks about necessity and fairness as a principle, and identification requirement to achieve legitimate aim and prevention of the fraud in election. IIDA, that also has some principles governing about legal clarity on identification of voters. So it has to be clear, publicly accessible. People should know what is allowed, what is not allowed. And then there's a European body which looks after the democratic principles and regulations. So the principles have to be consistent about ID requirements. So they are not changed frequently and regularly. Sir, Narendran Chauhan sir has spoken about it. As far as our country is concerned, we are a very mature democracy, and the right to vote comes from the constitution itself. And as we know that Article 25, it talks about non-discriminatory, that people should not be debarred from voting based on caste, culture, creed, sex, and all that. And Article 326 talks about the universal suffrage. Anybody who is 18 and plus is eligible to vote. And then we have, other than the constitution provision, the country also has the various acts enacted in 1950, 1951. Sir very elaborately gave details about, particularly 1950 Act specifically talks about voter list under Chapter 3, how the rolls have to be drawn, and Section 14 to 25 specifically focus on this, and we, I think, very meticulously follow these rules. And then there's a registration for electoral rules which prescribe formats, procedures to be followed at various levels. And then conduct of election particularly focuses on actual conduct of election on the ground at the polling station and at different levels. And then there, the ECI has a lot of instructions. When we conduct the elections, there are huge volumes which have to be, gone through. You have to be mindful of various instructions which the Election Commission issues. And other than the APIC, which has been very, forcefully being, followed by various levels, every voter has to get an APIC as a voter identity. But then there are 12 different documents which are admissible as valid proof for a voter to vote in the polling station. From my own experience, because despite giving a clear, specific voter ID to the voters, in most of the cases, people use, in majority of the cases I've seen people resort to other document, alternative document, which Election Commission prescribes. And as far as the legal provision at the polling day is concerned, there is a specific provision as how the voter will come and vote in the polling station. We have also been voters, we have been voting in the polling station, and we are familiar with the experience which is taking, which we have seen. And Narendra sir has also mentioned about it, but again, how orderly the polling station will work will depend upon the people who are actually working there, how efficient the polling presiding officer is, or how efficient his team is. But Rule 49, you know, that prescribes the right to vote confirmation before a person votes. He passes through a stage where even outside the polling station, his identity is generally checked, and once he enters, so there are polling agents and then the presiding officer, so they see whether his name is mentioned in the electoral roll, and then once his identity is established based on either the EPIC or the 12 different IDs which have been, documents which have been allowed for him to establish an identity, only then he is allowed to vote. And there is a legal provision also in the, earlier there was IPC, now we have BNS and legal provision like that. Earlier under, there was a provision under, you know, section 171D for, you know, punishment from imprisonment. I was just going through the BNS, I didn't find this provision there, maybe I skipped it. But I think we can check whether there is any provision in the new codes for impersonation. But under section 172 of the BNS, there is a provision for impersonation, and the prohibition for voting twice. That is the provision which I didn't find in the new statutes. Tendered vote is something not very common in states like Himachal, but it of course. There are polling stations where tender vote is, you know, we see some votes, sometime in single digit and in double, but I always feel pity for these people because somebody else has voted against them and their vote is generally not counted. So, but there's a fallback provision which is one of the requirement of law that if somebody has already voted somebody's place, so there should be a remedy available. It's just a consolation kind of thing, but this provision is there in our statute also, and it's available in other countries also. There is a provision for challenging also. The procedure has been prescribed, and it has been you know, elaborated by Narendra sir also. As far as legal gaps and access barriers in vote, particularly people who are you know, who are old, who are not able to get these documents, people who are homeless, particularly the urban homeless, and sometimes there may be some small errors, some clerical errors, and the electoral roll name and content doesn't match with the ID. So that may be one of the reason. And as far as the fallback mechanism is concerned, though tender vote provision exists, but I think more clarity on law is required. Biometric, though not being practiced in countries like ours, but it is being practiced in many other countries. It's depends upon the you know, efficiency of the machine. Sometimes it's work in seconds also, in milliseconds also. But then you need to have internet connectivity in the polling station to ensure that the biometric system works. It will you know, faster, make the system faster, but we as a country has to take a decision whether we want to go for this or not. And then there's a disfranchisement through strict compliance also. Sometimes we have seen people with EPIC on the polling station, but their name deleted from the electoral rolls. So, which fetches, which attracts very bad publicity also, but these are some of the instances which are, you know, we have experienced as field officers on the ground. I think there's a lot of focus on enrolling the voters. A lot of focus on enrolling the voter, but why voters are not able to get registered, that focus I think I didn't see in my career also in the field. So there are challenges where people may not be able to get the document as identity, which is important not only to get registered as voter, but also to go to the polling station and vote. So there may be people who don't have formal documents. As I said, that homeless urban people or people who are living in remote locations, who are not physically fit, who can't come to the designated places to get the documents. There may be physical or geographical barrier to do so, social barrier also. People may not be aware also, because despite all our best effort to educate people, but that education mainly focuses on social media, on electronic and print media, and there may be people who may not be have access to all this. Though not a very common thing in Himachal, but there may be discrimination based on social or other grounds. Document mismatch is something seen very frequently on the polling station, on the polling day also. As I said, that we have very fixed kind of IC sharing platform. So digital divide is something very prominent, and people who are not on the digital platform, they are not able to access the information which is shared. And then people who may be displaced and migrant, that is something maybe one of the reasons. I think there should be a focus on including the voter also, and for getting their documents also. So we also need to, people who are, connected with one or the other department of the state government. We also need to know the vulnerability. I said people who are bedridden, people who cannot access these places from where they can get their IDs. And another important point, I think, is that we need to implement regular sensitivity training to the people involved with the electoral roll, particularly the BLO and the other staff who are connected with that. Just focusing that what kind of people get excluded in getting enrolled or getting their IDs. And the electoral inclusion effort should focus on, I think we need to tie up with the organizations which are based on the ground, whether it is community-based or self-help groups or tribal groups. Whosoever is a vulnerable group, I think we should identify the groups through which we can approach them. Law and order may arise if the voting is not smooth on the polling station. There's a mechanism available for that. Security forces are deployed outside based on the nature of the polling station, whether the polling station is ordinary, sensitive, or hypersensitive. But the security is outside, discipline inside has to be maintained by the presiding officer. And as I said, it will depend upon the presiding officer and his team how quickly, how orderly they are able to, clear the voters who are standing in queue. And there is a provision for enforcement outside, which is done by the BLO and other security forces who are stationed outside. There may be identity-related disputes, and we have already spoken about that, about tendered ballot and challenged vote. And model of code of conduct is also one issue outside the polling station, how far the booth of the polling party has to be set up. There are geographical issues in state like Himachal also to actually enforce it on the ground. As far as the legal safeguard for inclusion identification is concerned, primary document is something which is already APIC is there, plus the 12 document we said, the alternative one. And as far as the challenge vote is concerned, so there's a procedure prescribed for that also. And there's a complaint mechanism system also, but complaint mechanism system ultimately is reduced to nothing, because once the polling is over, so it is a kind of doing a post-mortem kind of thing. And there's a special legal provision for inclusive access. For example, if there is a senior citizen above 85, so there is a provision of home voting, though it has become very challenging for the returning officers to actually send so many parties on the ground, you know, getting the vote cast and then bringing it all down to the counting center or to the RO's place. But I think this has facilitated and it has improved the voting. BLO is somebody, I think, who is a very key person on the ground, but again, he is a person either from the education or from the panchayat or from the revenue department, not a whole-timer. I think a lot of reliance on him for authenticity of the voter list, inclusion of the left outs. Maybe something more can be explored, how better it can be done. Munshi Sharma ji has already talked about this, that there are countries which purely depend upon rolls. There are countries which depend on multiple documents. There are countries which depend on the live biometric also. So maybe gradually, I think we as a country will be maturing, and as our digital system also improves, so we can also copy some of the best practices which are available. Already spoken about it, but just for the sake of repetition, in order to ensure ease of identification at the polling station, I think statutory clarity, particularly people who are actually working on the ground, who are not election commission staff, who are not that sensitive, there needs to be focus on this. This is done in the trainings, but I think something more needs to be done. And ID requirement has to be in consonance with the right to vote, to ensure that all eligible people are able to vote on the ground. Multi-document system and a fallback mechanism, which we already have spoken about it. And there should be an obligation, and there should be a system where people who don't have ID, we should do it in a campaign mode to ensure that nobody is disallowed from voting simply because he doesn't have a valid ID. System has to be non-discriminatory. So adequate system exists in countries like India, and I think there is not much issue with that. As far as policy recommendations are concerned, the 12 documents which we are talking about have been just included in the ECI instructions. This is not somewhere, anywhere included in the legal framework. So maybe we can give it a legal backing that these 12 documents are not just only executive instructions, they are part of the law. And the fallback system for every polling station for biometric failure or something like that, there has to be a very more clear and robust system for that. BLO system, as I always felt on the ground, that it's a kind of stopgap arrangement. Maybe if our panchayats are strengthened, and if there are good number of people in the panchayats, maybe they are more capable and will be more useful in making our roles free. Legislate post-election evaluation. Generally, once the election happens, so every kind of feedback, every kind of lesson learned is not, I think, taken forward. One thing which I always felt that election, in the electoral roll, only the name of the person is mentioned. Maybe some more detail about from where he is, about his residence, if that can be added. That was the recommendation I gave in 2005. Because just adding name and father's name or husband's name may lead to impersonation or may lead to less of clarity. So if that can be done, I think it will be make our electoral roll better. Training should also focus on many other issues other than just conduct of elections. And the state election office has been conducting best practices study, studying the good practices from different countries. So I think we should draw some good lessons and make our system better. So thank you so much. Grateful.
थैंक यू सर। अब हमारा निवेदन रहेगा श्री रिधांशु जी, रिसर्च एसोसिएट, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी। निवेदन रहेगा हमारा एडिशनल सीईओ उत्तराखंड श्री विजय जी। और एक जरूरी सूचना है, द स्पीकर्स फ्रॉम Albania and Bangladesh also joining this conference in session 2nd in hall number 3. If participants are interested to join that session, may go to the hall 3 at 3rd floor in 2nd session. Now, I would like to request additional CEO.
I would like to thank CEO ma'am for this wonderful workshop. All the dignitaries, especially Chauhan sir, DC Rana ji, all the officials and academicians who have joined these sessions virtually and in offline mode. This is a very important topic, and I'm honored to be part of this workshop. When I saw this topic, I realized two things that needs to be discussed. Ease of identification at the ballot, with perspective of voter and with the perspective of polling team. With perspective of voter, I should know that my name is there in the voter list. If there is an error, I should be informed prior to the poll day. And what happens is that, in most cases, the voter reaches the polling station, and then there is an issue regarding the identification, regarding the authenticity of the voter. Same thing happens with the polling team. Since the polling teams are random officials or officials from different departments posted in different areas, randomized system form a polling team, and then they go at a polling station which is new to them or different to them. So I start with this small presentation. It's a very small presentation covering a comparative study between three democracies with respect to topic. So as we all know, in Indian perspective, we have 12 documents which can be used. I would like to highlight a thing. The list is exhaustive and indicative, which means any other document which is not listed in the 12 documents can be used for the purpose of identification. Minor variations with respect to epic, name, age, even the photograph. If there is a mismatch, even that can be overlooked by polling officer. Having a name on the voter slip or the electoral roll is very important, but that does not give you a proof of identity. Second example I'm taking from Serbia. A very unique democracy in which entire country is designated as one constituency. Just imagine, one nation, one election, one constituency, which means every voter who is part of the electoral roll can vote anywhere in the country, any polling station, even outside the country. in the consulates. An only requirement that your name should be included in the unified voter list. And what is the requirement? That your name should be part of the civil registry. Whichever documents you have, whichever registries you use, birth and death registration department, they will prepare all these civil registries by municipal corporations, by district offices. And this is sufficient for you to be part of voter, to participate in the election. No separate EPIC card, no separate voter IDs are required in Serbia. So this is a very unique example. Now we go to some other spectrum. United States. No national rule, no national standard. Why? Because 50 federal states have 50 different standards. Out of these 50 federal states, 23 states required photo ID cards. ID cards having a valid photograph. It should match with the voter who is there to vote. 12 states required any ID card, even if there is no photograph attached to the ID card. This is permissible. And there are some other examples also. State like Pennsylvania, no document required. No document required for the voter. If his name is there in the voter list, he can vote. Now there is a new act which is created in United States, HAVA. But it mentions the procedure which is involved for first time elector registration. What documents are required, what system will be followed, it mentions that. Who is responsible for voter identification? In India, polling team, polling officer, the 4 officials which are there in the polling booth, they are responsible for identifying the voter. After that, there is an example from Serbia. Very unique example. I have collected these examples because these are unique. These are different examples, something which we have not seen, which we have not heard. In Serbia, there is no polling team. There is ballot commission. What is a ballot commission? These are not officials. These are members of political parties contesting the elections. So the responsibility of identifying the voter is on the political parties. So there will be less of disputes, less of challenges, less of issues. Everyone knows who is going to vote. If there is an issue or any concern raised by a political party, it will resolve at the polling station itself. It is called ballot commission, formed by all party delegations. Members are nominated by the contesting candidates. In United States, polling officials also include a judge or jurist who is there to adjudicate some issues. They check the IDs, signatures, minor details, not major details, so as to include every voter. And the principle of reasonably resembles is applicable everywhere in United States. There should be reasonability with respect to identity. These are some challenges. Photo or name mismatch, old EPIC cards, old ID cards, not updated, minor variations. Someone writes Kumar, someone writes Singh, someone writes Rav, someone uses maternal names, someone uses paternal names. So these are minor things which we have to look and help. Voters wearing hijab, veil, or any other fabric which covers the face makes it difficult for identification. Deployment of observers, micro-observers, which have their own interpretation of rules or practices. Sometimes it is helpful. Sometimes polling officers need help of micro-observers in guiding them. Sometimes it becomes obstructions, because micro-observers do not have any role, direct role to interfere in the process. They are only there to observe. No ID on the day. If someone comes with no ID, so there is this good example in United States, provisional ballot. What is a provisional ballot? A person can vote despite not having an ID. His name should be there in the voter list. He is allowed to cast a provisional ballot. That ballot will be counted provided he brings the ID within the next 3 to 4 days. It will be verified after the poll day. So the issues on the poll day are not created. There is no much dispute on the poll day. A person comes and votes, just like how Sir said that there is a provision for tender vote, but not counted. The provisional ballot will be counted provided the identity of the voter is established within the next 3 to 4 days. I have already discussed this. The offenses, penalties. In India, impersonation is a penal offense. In BNS, section 174 and 172 covers this topic. Voting in other person's place, whether he's absent, shifted or dead, that is an offense. Imprisonment of up to 1 year or with fine. False challenges by polling agents can also be penalized, punished. In Serbia, double voting in place of any other person is an offense again. Certain cases will be pursued by the commission. In our case, in India, it is pursued by courts. In United States, it is also offense. There are some penalties prescribed. These are some good initiatives, practices. Epic card, a digital download is permissible. Photo electoral rolls, alternative documents. It's a very good initiative which covers almost every other document. And since I have already told you, it's exhaustive list, not an indicative. Any other document apart from 12 are also permitted to be used. Indelible ink, to avoid anyone voting twice in the same booth, same state or same district. Sharing of ASD list prior to the polling day to political parties. Dignified identification for veiled voters, voters wearing hijab or any other fabric covering their face. Voter slips, easy alternative mechanism. One thing I would like to request through this forum, if voter slips are distributed 1 month prior to the poll day, and if the person does not get a voter slip, then that will raise an alarm for the voter, and that can be used to check whether his name is deleted or his name is in some other booth. So that can be a check which is available to voter. In the present times, we distribute voter slips just 2 to 3 days before the poll day. So not much can be done. No name addition, no name correction can happen. So the voter is left with no option available. In Serbia, as I've already told you, unified electronic register of voters connected with civil registry. Any death, any birth will be part of this registry. No addition required, no deletion required by any other election staff. It's an automatic system. Online check. Serbia uses invisible ink, UV light illuminated ink is used. The ink is not visible when the voter comes to the booth, but if he has voted earlier, with the help of the UV light, it can be illuminated, so identity will be established. In United States, HAVA Act is in the process. In some states, even photo ID cards, similar to Indian Epic card. US is also going ahead and giving their voters Epic cards, but not in all states, because all states have different statutes and rules they follow. So thank you. This is just a summary of what I have said so far. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and part of this workshop. It was a wonderful workshop, and I hope that deliberations taking place will guide Election Commission in creating new rules and new procedures. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर. अब इसके बाद टी ब्रेक 5 मिनट्स की. डिग्निटरीज के लिए यहीं पे टेबल्स पे ही रहेगी टी अरेंजमेंट्स, और बाकी लोग पार्टिसिपेंट्स काइंडली 5 मिनट्स का ब्रेक इसमें रहेगा. और नेक्स्ट सेशन, if anyone have questions, kindly mic.
Great presentations in this session. It's more of a comment than actually a question. We keep quoting Estonia, Serbia and others vis-a-vis centralized digital databases. India is one of the most aggressive. The largest identity project is made by India in the form of Aadhaar. Oh, introduction. I am Professor Subodh Sharma from IIT Delhi. Public infrastructure, election technologies, identity projects, and so on. Incident with so the comment is this, that this EPIC, E-EPIC, is there a possibility, since we have had it since 1993, what really stops us from deduplicating EIP by seeding it with Aadhaar and maintaining a centralized repository? I mean, in world's largest database, digital database of identities in the world, it should be a straightforward exercise for us to essentially link EPICs by seeding it with Aadhaar, deduplicating it, and ensuring that at voting time it is unlinked to the voter's vote. Therefore, also maintaining. It's basically a comment, but through a comment I am also requesting elaborate on this very aspect. Thanks.
You see integrating all data of EPIC into the Aadhaar card. Now, of course, the form does stipulate the Aadhaar number, okay, and people are expected to voluntarily give their Aadhaar number. But that Supreme Court decision did not mandate the giving of Aadhaar number. Otherwise, that perhaps was one way, because on grounds of privacy, etc. So even banks and all are having problem. Right. Because everybody needs a bank account, so of course you have to give your Aadhaar number. Otherwise, even technically banks and all cannot mandate you to provide your Aadhaar number. So it was that basically that emphasis on right to privacy, right to know, etc. Article 21, which should reign supreme over kind of giving full data of everybody into the system.
Right.
And maybe this example he gave of Serbia, they might be unitary countries, but in a federal country like ours,
becomes a little difficult.
I would think it would be difficult for you to be able to vote for Himachal boy to be voting in Tamil Nadu for a constituency in Himachal.
Huh.
would involve lot of.
Right. I mean, this would definitely be a challenge, but
maybe if in a unitary system, I mean, it is possible. That's a-
I mean, we'll love to discuss because we actually were working on this problem of remote voting on 2021. So a deputy election commissioner of India back then, just when we were coming out of COVID. Yeah, it seems to be working. Came with this problem that somebody who migrates from their domiciled constituency may never get to vote. And therefore, is there a possibility of having remote voting, but a polling booth based protocol, not through internet voting? And there, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, for others. Yeah, it's postal balloting. Yeah, and they have their own issues. But a polling booth-based remote voting protocol has been designed, but in order to make it actuated on the ground, it requires, I think, as you pointed out, some process and administrative changes. So, we would love to talk about this. We've worked on this.
और कोई यहाँ पे अपना प्रश्न, कोई क्वेरी?
Namaskar and welcome to all the esteemed chief guests, my colleagues, my seniors from IIT Mandi, CEO Himachal Pradesh, and friends who have joined us offline or online across the borders. So I would like to begin my presentation, or should I say my learnings all through the the past 3-4 months since I started by virtue of my association with CEO Office Himachal Pradesh. These are actually different shades of learning, research, experiences about ease at ballot, ease of identification at ballot. So before I begin to share anything about ease of identification at ballot, as actually my focus of deliberation is, of course, by virtue of my association with IIT Mandi, CEO Himachal Pradesh expects me to do something about intelligence which is artificial, and how that artificial intelligence, how can that improve our collective objective of providing ease of identification. But before I actually delve into that, that very little objective of the vast objective of democracy, I would like that any practice, process, a craft of democracy that is engaged in ballot, the core idea, the grounding principle is inalienable right to vote, that has unshakable belief in will of the people. So that should be unshakable. People should have trust on your system. People should have should have trust that the craft that we are using, the technologies that are involved in ensuring right to vote are trustworthy. So from that standpoint, I begin my study, and the first task that was actually expected from us was to look at the world and analyze what kind of practices are available across the globe, specifically in the domain of ease of identification. So, next slide, please. Is there a way I can move my slide from here? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So, let me actually, share whatever slides I will be sharing in a couple of minutes with you, that I firmly believe in what Allama Iqbal says, that, jamhuriyat ek tarz-e hukumat hai dosto, जिसमें बंदों को गिना करते हैं, तौला नहीं करते. So, but this task was basically very much about, weighting, and that also in terms of reducing the will of people in terms of numbers. But there also, what kind of picture I got while I was analyzing the data across the world, which is available on the website of IDEA. So this is the data about biometric data used during voters' registration. The technology used for voters' registration across the world. And the difficulty of a researcher like me and many of my colleagues is how to actually concretize the voters' ease through various technology. Can we really decisively say that particular use of technology, digital voting system, use of biometrics, or electronic voting, e-voting, different sorts of technologies available, including the recently introduced intervention of artificial intelligence, are they really translating into ease? How can we analyze that? So the first indicator, that is also a challenging argument, but the first very safe indicator could be voters' participation. So since the time when technology in some sense has been introduced in various domains across the world in different countries, has it really translated into increase of voters' participation? Let's have a look. So digital voter registration kits computer of, so 64.2%. Digital voter registration, 67.8%. However, the next slide will give you more idea. I am just focusing on type of biometric data captured and used during registration. So the countries where this kind of technology was not used, 69, so what is the voter percentage? 69.5. Yes, with photos, 55.7. So this is kind of a very confusing kind of a result for a researcher. So when we are beginning to say something about, and actually understanding that voters' participation cannot always necessarily be the reflection of ease. And why I say so, I'll give my argument. So here also you will say this is across the world data, and this data, I'll argue, this data is reflecting almost 80 plus countries across the world, those who have democracy and those who are practicing democracy in some sense. Not applicable, 67%. Biometric data used, and this is where I was particularly, trying to look at, like, can I really get some idea about ease? Biometric data used in voter identification at polling stations. So the countries with no biometric, data, and we expect that quote-unquote technology should be translating into ease, which then will be resulting into, increase of voters' participation. There also, it's a very patchy, very confusing, or should I say a complex picture emerges. So 66.4 with where this kind of technology is not in use, and amongst those who are using, 65.7. So the third slide, biometric data used in voter identification at polling stations. So they are actually giving you within that technology how different kind of technologies are playing their role, and can we really decisively say something? I don't think, decisively, apart from, and this is also, I have taken the data of 2 electoral cycles, 2016 to 20, 2021 to 25. Specifically, I wanted to look because, especially these kind of technologies have necessarily been used, arguably, in a majority of countries only after 2005. So if we just, flip through the pages of history and go back to the electoral cycle between 2000 to 2005 and 16 to 20, and the very recent cycle of 2021-25, where almost it is called a very historical epoch of, where almost 80 plus countries across the globe have participated in voting, including India. So there also, we can see that where biometric data used in voter identification at polling station, what kind of a picture we get. So 72.83% with yes. 72.83% is the voting percentage for 2000 to 2005. It actually decreases with, I think, with a substantial number. There's however, a substantial decrease with 68.28%, and then the recent electoral cycle are actually showing us a result of 66.34%. So this is actually, if we, so I just wanted to, okay, let's, because in this, the world is a complex picture. It's demographically, historically, culturally, and in terms of the temperament of people and the way they look at, participation, the way they perceive democracy, we are very different. The world is different, and that should, that's how it should be. So even from that scenario, the different geographical region, or should I say geopolitical regions in the globe, they are also not decisively giving us any picture. So why I wanted to do this kind of exercise, because when we talk about anything, for example, ease of identification at the ballot. So at the backdrop, the objective is also is always there that why didn't you compare your data, or why didn't you want to do something? Why didn't you actually learn something from, for example, the example of Finland, the example of Canada, the example of the quote unquote, arguably the democracies, the countries who actually keep themselves, or who are actually I should say, be arguing that they're the self-claimed guardians of democracy. And I see there's a problem. Why I say so? Because apart from this, as Allama Iqbal, I'm coming back to Allama Iqbal ji, that jamhuriyat wo tarz-e-hukumat hai dosto, jahan par bandon ko gina karte hain, tawla nahi karte. Every individual counts. I would go further and I will argue that every culture counts, every political context counts. The complexity of every country counts. So that is why we cannot have a one blueprint which is applicable for all countries. So when we are actually looking for solutions, specifically for any domain, any aspect that is dealing with ensuring right to vote, ensuring that the people's will is reflected at the ground level. So why I really decisively don't say, because we have just concluded a wonderful, a fascinating state election. We can argue in terms of, there can be number of political arguments, intellectual arguments, emotional arguments, but despite all the, fault lines, we have seen more than 75 in some districts, up to 90% of, voters' participation. And what was the weather? So, facing the weather, people have, and the second example was, I have seen that how people they were celebrating. I could sense a celebration in the, in the recently concluded panchayat elections that in Himachal Pradesh. So the ease, they were ready to go and vote and face even the rains, the difficult terrain. So in that, in one of the robust democracy, and I claim, and I think as an Indian, I claim that this is not only the robust democracy, one of the, not only the largest democracy, but we are also, in some sense, we should be claiming that we are also mother of democracies. So in that country is necessarily, at least with the rural and semi-rural population, I don't see that comfort. And I'm not saying, and this argument is not that the administration or the electoral management shouldn't be actually, respecting or be, concerned about that how to kind of, minimize unease or discomfort so that, we can ensure maximum participation. But these two fascinating examples, the example from Kerala, from recently held elections, state elections in West Bengal, or for instance, the panchayat elections. People were celebrating at 12 o'clock midnight here. This is something so very organically, so defeating ease. So going beyond this very limited boundary of data. And as a student of social science, as a student of political science, as a student of anthropology, and now also in some sense technology, I'm really not arguing that we shouldn't be having any respect for these kind of numerical analysis or data-driven analysis. But going beyond that, when I looked at the descriptive analysis of especially how artificial intelligence, including with the inclusion of other available technologies, biometrics and so many other types of technologies, what I have found, I mean, is available across ranges of data available. So whether it is the European countries, whether it is the story about African continent, or for example our own continent, or Asian, I say Indian subcontinent, there is a very concerning argument against some of the fault line of introducing AI. Because what I argue that, what AI was expected to do, actually, if not the statecraft, but the political parties, they are using necessarily artificial intelligence, and it is being used both in the quote-unquote, in countries who claim to be the guardians of democracy. So that is used for what it, in exactly opposite purposes, for spreading not only misinformation, but disinformation and deep fakes. So there is example of from the United States of America, from some of the countries in European continent, and of course in our neighborhoods, and people also have different arguments about how in the 2024 elections, AI necessarily was not used to provide ease, but it was used to influence or rather change public opinion in some sense. And many a times that the purpose of that change was not really serving the purpose of ensuring democracy or informing people. I call it, when I just went good hours, I call it 3 dirty Ds, disinformation, deepfakes, and delusional diversion from the real issues. Yes, so I think the similar argument that I wanted to make, that across the globe, especially the concerned academicians, the concerned election management, international election management officials, they have raised concerns, and that is why there are actually, the reflection, the concern is being reflected in, passing some of the law. I'm not saying, and I mean, many of the countries, they have like 80 plus countries have gone into 2024 electoral cycle without having proper, measure to address the fault lines of, using disinformation, fault lines of using AI for spreading disinformation, misinformation, deep fakes, and other things. So we still don't have a very concrete framework. For instance, in India itself, we have different rules, different, I would say, regimes through which we actually, we deal in terms of, as an administratively and politically, we deal at a very case basis level, right? But we are still in the process of developing a full-fledged, kind of a framework that could, be ahead of its time, and that can imagine the kind of, concerns, the kind of problems that this kind of a technology, which plays with your mind at a minuscule level, so we are still not prepared. However, yes. So because my colleagues, right from CEO ma'am to so many of the colleagues, they have been actually bringing before you the stories from largely largely from European continent and also, of course, some of the countries of Latin America, but I find it very interesting. So I'm really not completely in denial that we shouldn't be open to, we shouldn't be opening our hands for artificial intelligence, but we should be more intelligent than, intelligent enough than that tool. Then only we will be able to kind of, address this, not only the small purpose of ease at identification, but the larger purpose of, ensuring democracy at the grassroots level. So I find, although it's a very interesting example, and I have deliberately choose to, bring that example, we don't talk about, Middle East when we talk about democracy for some reason. But I have decided, deliberately, wanted to, talk about this example, but this is a very Asian example for us. So the example from Oman, the second example is, the second example was from UAE. So and these countries have also been using artificial intelligence and in a very hybrid manner. So at this one time, hybrid manner ensures that those who are not actually, they were able to integrate, as there was one point raised by Dr. Subbodh, right? That why can't we integrate the same problem that I have? Why can't we integrate all kinds of available modes of information, and why can't we just make it one? They have that's what they have been able to do it, and plus with the use of artificial intelligence, with the limited use of artificial intelligence, I think I find Oman to be and UAE to be an example where they have, I find the example of that artificial intelligence is really not, engaged in spreading some, deep fakes or disinformation. Rather, it is actually, helping to, speeden up the process. And that's what actually the purpose is. The purpose is to reduce the time, especially for a thickly populated country like India, when we should be worrying about our times and the democracy's time, so that we can work more efficiently. I'm not saying that we are not good, but we have to be better. So, in a very limited sense, what I argue, my argument is that artificial intelligence, we shouldn't be, actually looking for this intelligence or this technology as a savior of our, all the problems. It can be just a tool. We have to understand. And we have to be stronger and more imaginative as a political system, as a social system, and as a legal system. We have to be more imaginative and ready to handle handle some of the problems that that we might face as a consequence of some of the consequence of some of the harms of artificial intelligence. Thank you. So with that limited objective, let me just, because I really wanted since my senior and my registrar sir is here, so I have to, let me just allow to share one work. So because I was told to work on this domain, particular domain of artificial intelligence, my team at IIT Bombay, these were the different example of, Latvia, from Hong Kong, Latvia, all the Asian, specifically more of the examples coming from Asian countries. So, and yes, our own story from Bihar. So we have also tried to kind of, at the pilot level, we have tried to see the possibilities of intervention of artificial intelligence. I'm sorry. So I'll just continue. Artificial intelligence, and me and my team of 2 wonderful BTech students, they were just in their second years. So what we have found in our, it is just a pilot, just at the pilot level, but the report that we have submitted, I'll just quickly share the results of that report, that despite we have conducted the study at 3 level, rural population, the semi-rural population, semi-urban should I argue, and the population which is migrating, both the students and the technocrats. So people are not only the technocrats and the students, but people at the rural level, it's not that technology is not the problem, they are very ready. And the only problem, I mean, I think they are more imaginative, that the voter is very informed and they are ready to adopt any new technology. So the digital divide, I don't see that I'm not saying that that's not a concern, but that is not too big to be, too big a problem to be solved. So our pilot study, which has actually, you know, resulted in a ISTP report, has suggested that it is possible and hybrid model would work, and we can use artificial intelligence, especially in terms of, and we can combine with an integrated system where the both ends are actually, you know, foolproof for any error regarding, and we can use artificial intelligence for critical identification that will reduce time and reduce difficulty, provide ease to the voter, and our democracy will flourish. So, आओ आकर देख लो, वो जो दरख्त लगाया था जमहूरियत का, नहीं, वो जो पौधा लगाया था जमहूरियत का, वो अब बरगद का दरख्त हो चुका है. With these words, thank you so much for, and I'm just looking forward for your comments. If not possible this time, maybe after this session. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू मैम. हम नेक्स्ट हमारे पास स्पीकर हैं प्रोफेसर श्री सुबोध शर्मा जी, आईआईटी दिल्ली से. कृपया, हमारे पास 3 वक्ता बचे हैं, टाइम बहुत कम बचा है क्योंकि सभी का सेशन फिर यहीं आएंगे, सभी बाकी सेशंस वाले भी. कृपया सभी से हमारा आग्रह रहेगा.
About is technology and voter identification, what are the opportunities and what are the pitfalls, right? So going forward with that, let me begin by first, hello Sarji, this is not working, right? So what are the issues in voter identification, both at polling and pre-polling stages? Although I did say that I'm going to just focus on the polling stage, but some of these problems are also appearing in pre-polling. First of all, there's an impersonation and bogus voters, right? So manual security by polling agents can miss look-alike or proxy voters, and this adds to the latency of voter identification during polling time, right? So to the folks who are more experienced and on ground right here, you would know that a single voter would take close to a minute or 2 minutes before they enter the polling booth and exit the polling booth after having cast their vote, right? Now, what is it that you want? What we want is to reduce that latency to a fraction of a minute, maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Voter gets in, gets voter verified, through manual identity verification and gets out. If there is an impersonation, bogus voters, there's the implication on the polling agent is much larger because they have to do a lot more checks. Duplicate enrollment, right? Now, this is a pre-polling stage phenomena. Electors registered in more than one constituencies, right? They vote in one constituency and perhaps they ask somebody else, their relative to vote on their behalf in some other constituency and so on and so forth, right? These indelible marks on the finger is a good deterrent, but there are ways where you can sidestep these checks. The third is stale photo records, right? I have provided an identity verification in a form of a photo in my EPIC card, which is 10 years old or 15 years old, right? And I have substantially changed in how I look, right? And therefore, this will also add to the latency of the polling agent while doing manual oversight and performing identity verification. And finally, inclusion, right? So I attended Rajiv Ji's talk in Hall 3. This inclusion is extremely important, right? Access, inclusion, and there are certain natural barriers for the disabled, for the elderly, for the marginalized and whatnot, right? How do you address those at the time of polling booth-based voter identification, right? With a single objective of reducing your latencies for identity verification alone. Now, what are the technology levers that exist and what are the questions surrounding their use? And I would like to make this slide slightly interactive. I'm not going to give you all answers. You have more experience than I do on field, and I would request some of you to tell me the questions with respect to technologies that I'll post here. Right? The first technology is facial recognition, right? So we keep talking about, you go on the internet, you use ChatGPT, Claude, whatever. Apply facial recognition right at the polling station, right? So this is a common solution that will crop up. Match a live capture to the electoral's photo booth. Oh, I have also given you a question. Sorry, I think my animation is not set correctly. This is the question that I had wanted you to think about. That look, if I were to use facial recognition, yes, it's a technology lever that I can use. But in turn, it's going to have its pitfalls. It cannot be executed in autopilot mode because if you are using a facial recognition technology, it's a computer vision based algorithm where the best accuracy that you can hope to expect will never cross 90-95%. At 90 and 95% accuracy, your models or computer vision algorithms will misidentify 5% of your population. 5% in India's population terms is massive, right? Which means what? You have to have human in the loop to do manual oversight. And that defeats the purpose. Because if there is a human in the loop, you want automation in the technology, but you are putting a human in the loop, the human will end up taking as much time as they were taking before as a polling agent. So you do not meet your objective of reducing the latency times. The second big problem that's worth asking, I don't have any solutions. I'm not going to quote case studies here. But these are the questions as designers and implementers on ground you must be worrying about. Are the scores trustworthy? Suppose I get a 99% accuracy. It's probabilistic score. That 1% is misleading because it will give you false alarms on both sides of the line. It will miss eligible voters and it will falsify and it will allow, in fact, ineligible voters to be eligible voters. So basically it will have both false positives as well as false negatives. This is extremely, extremely dangerous. So therefore, if you have to use a face recognition technology, it must be used at a pre-polling stage. It cannot be and must not be used at the polling stage. That's an academic viewpoint because no technology, not now, not ever, is going to be 100% deterministic. And voting is far more important to rely on probabilistic systems. The second is biometric authentication, right? How do I confirm that my eligible voter is counted uniquely and allowed to vote only once? A lot of countries are using biometric authentication, good exercise, but then again, earlier speakers have already alluded to it. There are a host of issues. What if the network doesn't work? Because it requires natural network connectivity. What if the fingerprints have changed over years? There's a person who has been a manual laborer and their fingerprints have vanished or degraded over time. The machine, even though it's connected and working fine, is unable to recognize. It increases the latency during the identification process at the polling stage, right? And more importantly, as was pointed out by Chauhanji, that look, you can have the database with Aadhaar seeded in all of that, but there are privacy concerns, right? Even if you were to make it mandatory, there are legitimate privacy concerns. Who's going to hold that data? Who's going to manage that data, right? Is it DPDP compliant or not, right? So all of these things have to be addressed. Role deduplication, this is not truly a polling identification problem. It's basically role purity problem, but it's very important. Now, if you are wondering that, oh, I cannot use facial recognition technology at polling booth, I cannot reliably use biometrics, then what is this entire session all about? This entire session is about ease of voter identification at polling booth. So therein, my suggestion is to use AI systems and search techniques, deterministic or non-deterministic, during role purity stages. That is where you can use it because the crux of decision making will happen afterwards. At decision making points, one must not rely on probabilistic systems, which cannot give you a 100% deterministic guarantee. Finally, digital credentials and documents check. This is the last technology lever. There's a lot of technology which is coming up, which is saying that, look, I can make your digital credentials stored in secure manner and in a privacy preserving manner through something called as verifiable credentials. If there is interest, I'll be happy to answer those questions post the session, but that gets deeply technical. And that can be used for document check during the polling booth identity verification. This last technology lever can truly be a solution to cut down your latency cost from roughly 2 minutes to less than 30 seconds. And that I am telling you as, at least from the academic viewpoint, as an expert in these technologies. They are extremely resilient, scalable, with microsecond to millisecond latencies per voter. AI is not a panacea. Let's not get on the bandwagon that AI will somehow magically solve our problems. AI has got even, Opus 4.8, ChatGPT 5.5 have got terrible F1 scores. F1 scores. F1 scores essentially is a harmonic, basically it's a harmonic progression of accuracy and precision. It's not more than 56%. That's roughly a coin toss. A coin toss probability is 50%. Can you apply that in a decision-making process for identity verification at polling stage? Never. But maybe for role purity. Where you can use AI is what I'm going to talk about. It has its use cases. It's very bounded in its application. And it is useful only if you are using it for triaging at the role purity stages, not for decision-making on ground. Other use cases where actually AI starts making sense is crowd control. We all know that EVM cannot be compromised. Your voting verified paper audit trails cannot be compromised. Your counting cannot be compromised. But if somebody has to essentially orchestrate a fraud, they will do so during the line formation, queue formation, or in the electoral roll construction, right? So what you can do is, can you move ahead? Right. You can start using AI outside the polling booths for anomaly detection. for crowd control, for booth jamming, for unusual patterns, because that's not truly designed for decision making for a voter, but that is truly for administrative purposes. You could have multilingual AI assistants outside the polling booth to help voters speak to polling agents who may not be sharing their language. That may be a possibility. Sorry, was that this last point? All right, go to the next. I think I'm already at the last slide. Biometrics use with caution. Go ahead. Just finish the slides. Right, so biometrics use, right? So a lot of countries are using biometrics use, but nobody essentially talks about why biometrics are not really a good technology. Precisely because there are service failures and there are no verifiable guarantees against voter vote mapping. Until unless you provide these two guarantees, biometric use should not be applied to a country as diverse and as large as ours, right? And finally, this point remains. Even though if you had somehow addressed these reasonably well, this does not go away. This is a hard problem to address. You know, we are not the early, you know, the only ones who have been thinking about digitization of rolls and digitization of election. In UK Parliament, it was proposed since 1980s 3 times and was defeated all the time, every time, because of these concerns. Right? So they are not very easy to address. Finally, you know, I've been writing about this very often. The approach to take to get technology embedded on ground for identity verification is just plain cryptography, something that UPI, Aadhaar, and these digital public infrastructures already use at scale with millisecond and microsecond latencies, with a dedupe primary identifier. We as a country do have a deduplicated foundational ID system in the form of Aadhaar, that with just simple plain cryptography would suffice as an approach to do identity verification in polling booths. What do you have to do? No biometric authentication is necessary. Just do offline verification through QR codes. So your e-epics, right, or voting slips have to be amended a little to include information such as this, right? They have to be digitally signed. When I say digitally signed, it's a cryptographic signature which cannot be forged, right? And it can be verified in a microsecond level latency. It has to be digitally signed, and that QR code will contain a voter ID. Today's QR codes actually can contain almost 4 KB resolution image of the voter themselves. That's good enough. That's good enough. Along with, I think one of the earlier speakers spoke about that voting slips could be augmented with which polling booth a particular voter is allowed to go and vote to. If that is included in your voting slip or this QR code, wherever it is appearing, either in EPIC or voter slips, then through a simple QR code scanner, polling agent can scan the QR and immediately do a identity verification without voter having to invest anything on their part, and polling agents' time to verify the credentials get reduced massively, right? So I think all of these are possible at scale because the technologies are very robust, very standard. And you could also embed an election identifier. Should there be a scenario going forward 10 years from today when Election Commission of India decides that we are going to introduce remote polling booth-based remote voting protocols that allow migrant populations to vote for their domiciled constituencies in the constituencies in which they are currently living. If that were to be the case, then all of this technology starts making sense. Right, so I think this becomes slightly more operational. I'll not get into it, but if there is interest, I can talk about crypto tags and privacy preserving zero knowledge proofs, how they can be used to embed a layer between a seeded database under a control of a constitutional authority, yet giving a guarantee to the voter that, look, your data is being managed and accessed in a privacy preserving manner at scale, right? We have worked on this for years, and I'll be happy to talk about it. This is some of the work that we have done in the past. Sorry for that self-promotion, but I'll stop here. Thanks. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them later. There was a small video that I wanted to show. Some of my students had created a end-to-end verifiable verification technology, which does very quick RFID and QR code based identity verification with human in the loop. Cuts down, we actually simulated that if it takes 2 minutes for a polling agent, how much time it would take for us, and we showed that it was doing somewhere around 30 to 45 seconds, the identity verification. Sorry. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call on stage Shri Rajiv, sir, Additional Director, Department of Digital Technology and Governance.
Thank you, sir, and very good afternoon to all of you. I will talk about the technologies and applications that we have developed as Department of Digital Technologies, which can be leveraged by Election Department, CEO, Chief Electoral Office of Himachal Pradesh for sanitizing their databases, voter lists. PPT. So Department of Digital Technologies, we have, as Department of Digital Technologies, we have created a state social registry. State social registry which contains verified data of all the residents of Himachal Pradesh. And after creation of this state social registry, we started integrating this registry with other departmental databases also. For example, land records is there, social welfare schemes are there, or electricity consumer IDs are there, and more importantly, ration card is there. So we have integrated all these databases together with the state social registry. So we call it as Him Parivar. It's a state flagship program. Idea was to create a verified database of all the residents, and over a period of time it has been seen that different departments are developing their different applications, and a citizen is registering in various applications. They are creating their different logins there, and they are actually entering their names also differently. For example, Rajiv Sharma, in some other database Rajiv Kumar Sharma, in some other database RK Sharma. So different people with different identities were created. One person with different identities were created in different databases. So idea was to create a single database, and this should be verified, so that every time when a citizen logins to any application, his data, verified data, should be automatically transmitted from this application, Him Parivar, to that particular application, so that there should not be any issue related to his identity or duplicity or bogus ID creations. So unified social registry we have created. We have integrated also with Parivar register. Fortunately, there is a Parivar register already existing in Himachal Pradesh under Himachal Pradesh Panchayati Raj Act. So we leverage that act for creating this Him Parivar database. And we integrated with ration card also. Ration card beneficiaries are also there. E-Kalyan is your social welfare beneficiaries. Him Care is your health beneficiaries, and land records are the landowners of in Himachal Pradesh. So we integrated all these databases, and while integrating these databases, we created a unique ID also for citizens, just like Aadhaar we created, because Aadhaar identifies an individual, but this Him Parivar links that individual with his family also. So we are creating family database, which Aadhaar does not create. Other benefits that we are going to achieve is proactive service delivery mechanism. That is the mandate of the state government. So instead of asking people to apply for the schemes, we should be able to identify who are the eligible beneficiaries and reduce duplication, and it should be an evidence-based policy making also. Some of the decisions have been taken by the present government also based on this database. So it becomes a single source of truth. We have created this golden, we call it as a golden database. We have created this single source of truth, and some of the benefits are being transferred, provided to the citizens based on this database only. And we call it as Him Parivar, and it improves the experience of the citizen also. We also issue this Him Parivar card also. Once a family is registered and is verified through this database, this type of card is also issued. This is a family card, and similarly an individual card is also there, which is, we call it as Him Access card. So the initiatives that we taken for creation of this Him Parivar database is that we used Parivar register of the Panchayati Raj department. But in case of urban local bodies, there was no Parivar register. So we facilitated them in creation of urban register also on the lines of the Panchayati Raj. They also modified their municipal act and introduced the concept of family register creation in the urban local bodies. So this way we created a complete urban local body as well as rural Panchayati Raj data Parivar register as a single unit, single database. And migration from urban families from urban area to local rural area or rural area to urban is also possible now from this database. Cleansing of this verification of the residents were done through Aadhaar only, Aadhaar based eKYC. While verifying the citizens or verifying the members of the family, we verified them using our Aadhaar. We created one app also. We call it as a survey app. And it is a multi-purpose app. Different departments are using for sanitizing their databases. So using face authentication, we verify them on the spot only, and that person is then linked with his family. So these are the modules. While creating this database, now the issue was we have to seed this, we have to link this Him Parivar database with other departmental databases also. So there were two concepts. One was the new beneficiary which is coming, it should automatically get enrolled with the Him Parivar. In any database, if he is coming, he should get enrolled in Him Parivar. Or the existing beneficiaries of that database should also get linked with the Him Parivar. So we created for new entrants, we created this single sign-on. We call it as Him Access in Himachal. It's a single sign-on facility for all government departments. It's a policy decision taken at government level that all applications being developed by various departments or already developed by various departments, they should be linked with the single sign-on. They should be converted. Now their login mechanism should be converted and integrated with the single sign-on facility. Next is we created this survey platform. This is a mobile app. We provided this app to, for example, land records. Then they seeded Aadhaar in all their land khatas, landowners details were seeded through in this survey platform. Similarly, we gave this application to electricity board. Then they seeded all their consumer IDs with Aadhaar using Aadhaar authentication mechanism. And for construction workers, unorganized sectors, they are also using this survey app platform for this. Parallelly, we have in the backend, we have two registers, Parivar Register Urban, Parivar Register Rural. In Him Parivar, we are not creating any family. The families are being created there only, and members are being added there only because they are being governed by their acts. So once a member is added or family is created, it automatically gets reflected to Him Parivar. So it's a passive kind of database. It's not that we are going to modify this database separately, and these are separate. So these are the base databases. Schemes platform, since we have created the profile of the citizen also based on these Parivar registers, so we integrated with Government of India My Scheme platform also. So all the schemes which are as per their profile, suitable as matching as per the profile of the citizen, those get reflected to the citizen also. So he can apply for various schemes. And finally, the main important component is the Aadhaar. We used it for once while creating this Him Parivar. Thereafter, we are using our Him Parivar register only. So these are the databases that we have integrated so far with Him Parivar. For example, E-Parivar of Panchayati Raj, 75 lakh population, 100% population. Him Access is your single sign login. At present, 11 lakh citizens have created their single users. Urban register 6.65 lakh, it is also 100%. E-Somsai is your welfare pension beneficiaries, 8.36 lakhs, they are also seeded. Electricity board, around 25 lakh consumer IDs are there, around 24 lakh have been seeded. PMIS is a government database, human resource management. This is being started now. Construction worker, around 1 lakh construction worker have been seeded. Ration card, almost 100%, 69 lakh. Land records, 60 lakh landowners. They have been integrated, seeded with this Parivar register. Apart from this, we have integrated this Government of India databases also. E-Shram is your construction worker unorganized sector database only. We have integrated with our construction worker database. Sarthi1 is for driving licenses. DigiLocker, all the certificates available on the DigiLocker are available to the citizen on his single sign-on, Him Access portal. My schemes, all government schemes, Government of India schemes, even state government schemes are also being fed in this My Scheme portal. So these schemes are available to the citizen when he logs into his account. Aadhaar is already integrated for authentication purposes. ABHA is your digital health card. It is also integrated. If a person is not having, a family is not having his ABHA ID, it gets automatically created when he creates his Him Access single sign-on login. Pashudhan is for your animal husbandry. All farmers having kettles, that database is also linked with this Him Parivar database. And finally, most important is the CRS, birth and death database. So whenever there is any birth or death is happening in a family, it automatically gets updated in our Him Parivar register. So these are the components, which were the important ones. Him Access has been developed to create a common login interface. While creating his Him Access account, he is verified once using Aadhaar. उस टाइम उसको अपना आधार देना है और वो वेरीफाई होगा फेस ऑथेंटिकेशन से. Apart from this, we capture his ration card also, because ration card is also Aadhaar eKYC verified database. So if he is having a ration card database, ration card a number also, even then we can accept this. Mobile number also we verify using our OTP only. And email also we verify using OTP. So our objective is to create a user account with verified data only. No declared data is captured during this process, single sign-on process. So once this ID is created, then we link this ID with his family, because that family is already verified. So we immediately link him with his family. So this ID links with the family. Survey platform we created for departments where they are already having huge databases with them, and now they wanted to seed a family ID or member ID in their databases. So we created this platform. So this is the mobile app application. Face authentication based real-time facial recognition is being done. Key features जो हैं इसके survey app के these are Aadhaar based eKYC, face auth या demo auth कैसे भी इसे करेंगे. GPS geotagging. So ये जो survey app है ना, this has become multi-purpose app. This survey app is also being used in government for attendance also. So ये same ही app है for attendance purposes also. This app is also being used for asset tagging. All government assets are being created, tagged and geotagged using this application. So real-time data is being uploaded, updated. Document verification and upload, it is being done online only. Open source and modular, its architecture is open source. We deliver this application in a few days only to the department as per their requirement. HSM integration is there because we are using Aadhaar, we are verifying Aadhaar, so we are securing also that Aadhaar that we have captured using this HSM. Integrated with the external datasets, so all Government of India datasets, DigiLocker, My Scheme, everything is integrated, and it is compatible as of now. So 25 lakh citizens have been verified in 3 months. This is the case of your and this electricity board database. Within 3 months, they verified 25 lakh consumer IDs. 13 departments have been created, and we are the fourth state in creation of this family IDs across the state. So these are some of the examples. Urban family registers have been created using this survey platform. VOC workers, construction workers are being verified using this platform. Electricity board already they have used this platform. AgriStack purposes also we are now integrating it with the agriculture department and animal husbandry department for AgriStack. Land records already landowners have been seeded using this platform. So these are the survey statistics. Urban survey 2 lakh, around 2 lakh families, 6.65 lakh members. Electricity around 24 lakh consumer IDs. Land record 60 lakh landowners, 20 lakh khatas, and 14 lakh 85,000 khatas have already been seeded using this Aadhaar. Welfare survey, it's already done. In case of welfare, 16 lakh, this 6.45 lakh surveys have been conducted out of 8.4 lakh. So while conducting these surveys, we found that more than 50,000 beneficiaries were dead. So they were getting pensions. And around more than 70,000, they didn't come up for eKYC. Their verification could not be done. Either they were not available or they did not come for verification purposes. Though door-to-door survey was conducted in this case. So with this survey, state government almost around 150 crore per annum they saved, because these ghost entries or dead entries they were removed. So around 150 crore rupees per annum was saved using this. Parivar survey is already run through this application. Animal husbandry, Pashudhan data we are integrating with Government of India also with Parivar ID. Our objective is we integrate with Government of India also. We integrate this beneficiary with his family also. So a full circle is created using this. And there is natural farming survey. This is also going on. 77,000 out of 2 lakh have been conducted. So this is the interface. These are the applications, functionalities that we have developed in the survey platform, multiple functionalities. This is the second screen. While conducting survey, you want to conduct survey using your ration number, your Aadhaar or something. You want to add family, you want to add member, you want to view family member. Once you add your ration card number, all the members of the ration would be displayed. And last option is that he has to tick all the boxes. Family detail, gender, date of birth, everything is verified using the survey only. So this survey platform, we are proposing that election department can also use this survey for sanitizing their voter list. So while creating new voter cards or verifying existing voters, you can use this survey platform. Instead of this entering ration card number, you can enter your EPIC number. That person detail would be displayed here. You can verify, if you require, you can verify using Aadhaar also. So once you use Aadhaar verification, it will automatically get linked to his family, Him Parivar ID. And from there you will get actual data of your voters, family-wise data of your voters. So this is the proposal that we are going to make for election department, that you can make use of this data, because if we are planning to apply AI in our data sets, then accuracy of data is must. If your data is not accurate, AI will give you false results only. So voter enrollment हो गया, Aadhaar KYC होगा, that we propose. I don't know Supreme Court judgment क्या है, but we propose कि it should be Aadhaar KYC. When you are verifying a citizen using your mobile app, so Aadhaar KYC तो उसका verification तो कर ही सकते हैं. If you don't want to store Aadhaar, even so you can verify him using his Aadhaar number. Him Parivar search automatically happens. Once you verify Aadhaar, his Him Parivar number will automatically get fetched from the database. and your election data will get linked to the हिम परिवार ID. सो अभी जो लास्ट टाइम हमें इलेक्शन में कुछ क्वेरीज आई थी कि कितने बच्चे जो हैं वो 18 साल के हो रहे हैं इस पीरियड के बीच में, तो वो हम हिम परिवार ID से दे सकते थे. बट अगर इलेक्शन का डाटा हिम परिवार ID से ऑलरेडी कनेक्टेड होता तो हम ये बता सकते थे कि इन 18 में से इतने के अभी कार्ड नहीं बने हैं, सो आप उनको फोकस कर सकते हैं. सिमिलरली एक क्वेरी हमें इलेक्शन से आई थी कि विद इन 18 to 25 एज ग्रुप में नंबर ऑफ़ फीमेल वोटर्स, सो वो हम और एक्यूरेटली दे सकते हैं इफ़ दीज टू डेटाबेसेस आर लिंक्ड. अदरवाइज़ तो हम एक एस्टिमेट देंगे, एस्टिमेट कि हमारी डेटाबेस के हिसाब से इतना है, आप अपने डेटाबेस के हिसाब से कंपेयर कर लें. सो इट इज़ बेटर टू लिंक दीज टू डेटाबेसेस आल्सो. सो पोलिंग डे है, आई थिंक ये तो फ्यूचरिस्टिक है कि आप पोलिंग डे में आप इसको फेस बेस्ड ऑथेंटिकेशन करेंगे, बिकॉज पोलिंग बूथ तो फार फ्लंग एरियाज़ में भी होते हैं और कनेक्टिविटी तो इशू रहता ही रहता है. मे बी इट कैन बी यूज इन फ्यूचर और पायलट बेसिस पे अर्बन एरियाज़ में इसको यूज़ किया जा सकता है. फॉर एग्जांपल इन डिजी यात्रा अगर आपने यूज़ की होगी ऐप, डिजी यात्रा में जब आप यूज़र आईडी क्रिएट करते हैं फर्स्ट टाइम ना, तो वो आपका ऑनलाइन वेरिफिकेशन होता है. बट जब उसके बाद आप ट्रैवल करते हैं नेक्स्ट टाइम तो वो ऑफलाइन वेरिफिकेशन होता है. सो ऑफलाइन वेरिफिकेशन एंड UIDAI इज़ प्रमोटिंग दैट फैसिलिटी. वी कैन ऑल्सो यूज़ दैट ऑफलाइन वेरिफिकेशन, बट उसका फर्स्ट टाइम ऑनलाइन वेरिफिकेशन होना ज़रूरी है. उसके बाद इसको हम पायलट बेसिस पे कर सकते हैं इफ़ इलेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट थिंक सो. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Now, last speaker, Shri Ridhanshu ji, ICSSR Doctor Fellow, Central University, Bihar. Kindly, sir, 5 minutes.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Myself, Ridhanshu Singh, and I am a doctoral fellow at the Central University of South Bihar. This research is co-authored with Professor Dr. Saival Satirthi of the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Today I am presenting Today I am presenting a comparative legal study on voter identification system, specifically examine how electoral law across 21 democracies handle the question of who can vote and how their identity is verified. This study maps these system across 12 legal indicators, which we call L1 through L12, and organize finding continent by continent. So let me quickly walk you through what this talk will cover. We begin with the fundamental question: why does voter identification matter at all? From there, we introduce the 12 indicator framework that serves as our analytical tool. We then describe our scope covering 21 democracies spread across 7 world regions. Following that, I will present the global democratic quality contest that shapes this legal system, that then move into our 3 core findings. After that, we examine regional highlights, and we close with the key takeaway for policymakers and scholars. Before diving into the data, it helps to understand the fundamental design challenge every democracy faces. There are 2 equal legitimate values at stake in any voter identification rule. The first is integrity, the idea that a verified vote carries more weight. Deter impersonation, prevents double voting, and build public confidence in the final count. Integrity is strengthened when system use documentary or biometric verification. The second is access, the principle that no eligible citizen should be turned away at the polling booth. An access-oriented system prioritize an accurate electoral roll and avoid placing burdensome condition on voting day itself. How a country strikes this balance is not merely a technical question. It reveals the underlying philosophy and maturity of its electoral design. The countries we examine have made very different choices, and none of them is obviously wrong. So, to compare systems that differ so greatly in their legal tradition, we needed a common analytical language. We developed a framework of 12 legal indications that you can see. So together, these 12 indicators allowed a side-by-side comparison of any two systems in the study, regardless of their legal family or regional origin. The study covers 21 leading democracies drawn from 7 geographical regions from Europe. We have Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Germany. From North America, Canada and United States. From Latin America, Uruguay, Costa Rica, and Chile. Oceania contributes Australia and New Zealand. Asia is represented by Japan, South Korea, and India. Africa brings in Mauritius, Botswana, South Africa, and Ghana, and Western Asia includes Israel, Kuwait, and Iraq. Two systems serve as a primarily benchmark. India represents a constitutional active registration model under Article 324 of the Constitution. Germany represents a statutory automatic registration model run by federal returning officers. Other systems in the study are relative to these two anchors, which helps keep comparison and concentrate the ground. Before presenting our findings, it is important to situate this legal system within the broader democratic trend. Looking at democratic quality indices over recent years, we see that Europe and Oceania have consistently led the ranking, and Americans, by contrast, experienced a sharp decline after 2018. Africa and Asia have generally remained below the global average. This matters because legal institutions strengthen tends to track this gap. A country with a weaker democratic tradition often has less independent electoral management, less judicial resources, and less robust inclusion mechanism. Understanding this context helps explain why two countries have similarly worded law but produce very different electoral outcomes in practice. So it's a finding number one. Our first major finding is that voter identification across these 21 systems follow a clear and consistent spectrum from access first to technology intensive. At the end, we have role-based system where no document is required on polling day. The voter presence on the roll is sufficient. Australia, New Zealand, and Japan operate this way. In the middle, we have national or photo ID system where a specific card must be presented. This is the most common approach in our sample and include Germany, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Chile, Costa Rica, Israel, Kuwait, and South Korea. At the far end, we have biometric verification, where a where a live fingerprint and facial scan is matched in real time. Ghana and Iraq represent this scheme. On the second finding, concern not who identified themselves, but how they get onto the roll in the first place. We found a clear divide between active and automatic registration system. In active system, the citizen bears responsibility of applying to be registered. India, Canada, and United States follow this model. Notably, the United States is one of roughly 88 countries that impose no mandatory role but still require the citizen to opt in, making it something of an outlier in the global picture. So let's move to finding 3. Our third findings address the institutional design of electoral management body, and this is perhaps the most legally significant of the 3. We identified 3 distinct models. The first is constitutional and independent model. Second is statutory or administrative model. And third is decentralized model. So we have some regional highlights. Europe is characterized by automatic registration and statutory EMBs. What makes the Europe model notable for inclusion is the use of complementary access tool. Finland, for example, provides a free temporary ID for any citizen who lacks a qualifying document. Germany's election notification card mailed to every registered voter typically suffices for polling day entry. The strict rules are real, but state actively work to ensure no one is left without valid document. North America represents a sharp contrast between 2 democracies. Canada offers 3 uniform pathways to prove identity, including a vouching mechanism whereby a registered voter can attest for a neighbor. The United States, by contrast, is highly fragmented. Rules vary by state, in some jurisdiction by country, creating a patchwork that legal scholars have long debated. Latin America stands for the constitutional weight it assigned to electoral institution. Costa Rica Supreme Electoral Tribunal is formally recognized as the 4th branch of the government, co-equal with legislature, executive, and judiciary. Chile and Uruguay rely on strict nation identity card, and compulsory voting is the feature across much of the region, which affects how access concerns are framed legally. So we have to skip this because of time bound. So it's a supportive data. National statistics help ground the legal analysis in real world behavior. In Germany, approximately 47.3% voters in recent election were cast by post. This figure tells us that when board mail-in access is available alongside an ID requirement, many voters choose remote participation over polling day attendance. In India, survey data shows around 62% respondents supporting linking voter ID to Aadhaar biometric number for an online verification process. This points to public appetite for technological integration. In Nigeria, not part of our formal sample, but useful comparative point. Approximately 60% of voters registered in person. So, please guys, 2 minutes only. 2 minutes आप सुन सकते हैं. So, what to do 21 system and 12 indicator tells us the 3 things. First, there is no single model. Second, strict is not same as anti-access. Third, permissive system relocate rather than remove integrity mechanism. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If any query, questions, answer. If any participant have any query or any question, please. Mic, please.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Subodh. I'm here back. Yeah. I'm just thinking of this, the whole the crypto program that you have suggested to us. Can we also not think of something like a Digi Yatra, which is used at the airports, that to ease up the passenger movement also? Something of that sort of technology, if we use for election also, for polling also, what are the pitfalls that you see in that? What kind of preparations are required in that? Thank you.
Please mic to Subodh, sir.
I think the system, Digi Yatra is a system that certainly makes the movement of passengers easier, but when it comes to reliability, you would question that does it work all the time? And if it doesn't work all the time, suppose even if it fails for 1% of passengers, what does that mean? Do they still get to travel or not? Now, so the use cases are very different. Now, imagine importing the same technology at a polling booth and saying that the decision whether an individual gets to go into the polling booth and vote depends on this face identification technology is a precarious one, because that 1% failure rate becomes catastrophic. Yes, you can of course use it, but then there has to be a manual oversight because your use case is different. The moment you put in a manual oversight, all the advantages are lost. The advantages are obtained only through automation. But if the automation is not 100% deterministically correct, then it may not work for all use cases, certainly not for voting systems.
The same thing lies with any of the systems, even for the ERP also that we use at IITs also, the same kind of problem that we face, that every time it doesn't work. So 100% automation is not possible, and it may not be possible also. But yes, if it can definitely reduce the time that is taken at the time of polling also. I think that's a major objective that we have here.
Yeah, so the question was that in average case it will reduce the latency of identification. Indeed so, but for those exceptional cases, you know that, so like I pointed out, so there are two cases that are possible, right? So the first case is the AI system, the face recognition system, identified you as an eligible voter when in fact you were not. And the other case is, it identified you as an ineligible voter when in fact you were. So both cases were possible. And in both those cases, there's a problem. You will have to go back and look, as a polling agent, look at the entire sheet. What makes them eligible or ineligible? So in the average case, any advantages you would have accrued over time goes away for these special cases, because there's a sequential dependency with the person standing next in the queue. So yes, in an average case you will see some benefit, but then the question is the use case of polling booths sensitive enough to you to allow this or not?
So there has to be a larger debate around it.
I said if the presiding officer is going to make an entry in the marked copy of Mr. X, who has gone in, the polling agent number 1 is going to put that indelible ink. So the time taken is the same. So it really doesn't, it only gives him entry into the booth, which in any case, outside you have those polling staff who tell you serial number 80 pe aapka number hai. And though the law says that they should be 200 meters away, but effectively they are 20 meters away, 30 meters away.
Hi everyone, I am Sandhya Lakshmi. I work as a consultant for CEO Haryana. So we have also done our thematic study, which was majorly on various types of balloting. So we had to come up with model standards. So as part of our study, what we have come up with multiple risks and safeguards that has been identified in like various jurisdictions. So since we are talking about technology, before we introduce something, we need to understand the trade-offs that are associated with the particular innovation. So when we have done this comparative analysis, what we understood is in some of the countries, they had to come back to paper-based ballot methods because they have not anticipated the risks that are associated with that particular innovation. So the one major understanding of our study is like we can't see technology as a standalone entity when it comes to election sort of a thing. It is multifaceted, especially the legal, political, and the people aspect is very important in the entire process. And any of the risks that actually associate with the principles of democracy, which is secrecy, transparency, etc., and that will become a big fallback for the nation. So we need to understand all these things. So all of us know technology can address a lot of issues and challenges that we are facing now. For example, you can integrate a lot of database with ECI thing, and like we can identify people. But what if the database can draw certain patterns and trends which can say this particular constituency, people have voted for a particular party. What if it can cause targeted attack to particular community, particular people? So that also can be like these kind of things, which is very we won't see it like when we talk about ease of things, it should not be a major issue for us later. That is one thing. Second thing is like when we talk about technology, what is the digital literacy of our people, right? Our national average is around 25%, if I'm not wrong. And we are comparing ourselves with Estonia, which has 65-70% of national digital literacy. Will we be able to translate whatever we do to our people so that the trust factor is intact? So we know like we have 60-70% of voting turnover because people have higher political literacy. So like personally, I know like as administrators, as academic experts, we believe in EVM. But how many of our people believe in EVM? Like still that question exists. There are a lot of speculation around EVM. So are we at the right time or spot to introduce something technology-wise? And we need to understand this from all the perspective, all the discipline-wise, and we need to have a deliberation on this before we roll out nationwide. And it has to be a phase-wise manner, not just in the urban population. We need to consider rural population, people, migrant population, people who are living in the hills, people who are living in the coastal region. So I think considering the status of our country when it comes to digital literacy and digital infrastructure, we might take some more time to reach there, but of course we reach there. I work for Abha ID creation. We went to the rural parts of the villages, we asked them to create Abha. They did not give us OTP, thinking that no, like you might take our money. They do not understand this is for their health purpose, it will help them. They do not understand that concept. And we say that a lot of digital repository we have now in our nation, and we say it is purely voluntary basis. Somebody who worked in the system, I may not say it is like purely voluntary. You say that if you don't have Aadhaar, you will not be able to have a bank account, you will not be able to withdraw the money. So indirectly you are making people to maybe take Aadhaar. So that sort of, strategy may not be able to apply here when it comes to voting, because people take it very seriously, and we might have to consider all these aspects. And I'm just sharing whatever that comes as part of our study from CEO Haryana. Thank you.
I have a point to make. First of all, ma'am, I was we were as a team in hall number 2, we were just discussing about the administrative issues. And one thing I realized, and as a team we realized, was we are operating on two extreme ends of the spectrum. Either we are thinking about AI and all these advanced digital technologies to be introduced to increase the efficiency of the poll day management system. On the other hand, we are at a very archaic level. So now I'll just put the conclusion of our 1 hour of discussion. We realized that we are dependent on the electoral register, which is a paper-based, and the person who sits there, he basically manually flips the pages. Now we can imagine how the election day management system, there has to be a study. There has to be a study that one person, he's finding he's flipping 45 pages to find a person. Who stops us? We're already having to make the electoral register digital in true sense that it can be the number or the particular can be just searched by EPIC ID number. Who stops us? Now that is number one intervention. Now if we make this register electronic, all one person needs is a tab. And he can only search and he can directly come to the serial number of the person. Number one. Number two, we already have an app, and the person who knows, rather than sending this physical slip, we can just send the SMS message to the person that your polling booth number will be this, your serial number is this, and your expected time for the voting will be from say 12 noon or 1 p.m. or this. What we can do by this is the person can be managed. For example, on a KFC counter, you see that my number of waiting is 27 and I am at say 10. He will be rather sitting and waiting rather than standing on the queue. So only when number 26 will come, he will stand up, and it will drastically reduce the congestion on the polling limited space. Second, if we can go one step further, for example, if my name is Zafar Iqbal, I'm a son of this and this, and based on that SMS, if we can create a QR, just QR, and on the day of polling, there is a QR reading machine, and I can just get it scanned and go inside. Then these are simple things which can act as a fallback mechanism when we talk about our DG, like a DG Yatra, there can be a DG poll thing. Like a face recognition in foreign, immigration, there is an FTI immigration system which I have already used. If, say, it doesn't work on a polling day in a particular polling booth, our fallback will be sufficiently, I think, modern. Right now, what our fallback is, it's sufficiently archaic. So, the middle ground is we make our fallback sufficiently ease-based. So, our focus should be that, we talk about ease of doing business, ease of living. Similarly, we talk about ease of polling. So many people, when they say long queues on the day of poll, they rather choose to spend time with their family than giving going and suffering, literally suffering on the poll day. So in our group, ma'am, we have suggested a proper election day management system where there are all three things are taken care of, proper cleaned digital electoral roll, and on the day of polling, proper recognition, and then, of course, fallback mechanism. And I totally agree that when we have to start a reform, we have to first focus on, say, one polling booth in an area, And then when people will see that this intervention basically reduced their time of standing in the queue from 2 hours to 1 hour to only say 10 seconds, then naturally people catch on. And of course it is dependent on like digital literacy and like mobile phones and all other infrastructure. So this was my point, that we, rather than speaking like on two spectrums of these things, there is sufficient, I think, like possibility of adopting a middle ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Any question?
Hello. Sir, in India, in any state assembly election, to identify the voter, biometric method applied in any polling booth? This is my question, sir.
Please, mic there.
My question is, in India, any state assembly election to identify the voter?
Please come forward. We are not hear your voice.
Yes, sir. My question is, in India, in state assembly election, either another election, biometric method applied to identify the voter?
Thank you so much. I think he meant to say that whether there is any case study or whether the biometric we are talking about, is it already applied anywhere or not? Like whether biometric based election is being done in India or not. So this is the question I just translated. Now, Baki, answer is no, I think. Answer is no, as far as my understanding, but I left the space to maybe. आप बता सकते.
तो क्वेश्चन ये था कि बायोमेट्रिक डाटाबेस को हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं चुनाव में कि नहीं, ये क्वेश्चन है आपका. हुआ है कि नहीं? आज 2014-15 में नरपैप करके एक एक्टिविटी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने शुरू की थी, नेशनल इलेक्टोरल रोल ऑथेंटिकेशन एंड प्यूरिफिकेशन करके. उसमें आधार का डाटाबेस कलेक्ट करने का काम शुरू किया गया था. फिर इलेक्शन कमीशन के विरोध में कुछ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ और लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट चले गए डाटा प्राइवेसी को लेके, और उसके बाद ये मैंडेटरी ना हो के ये एक ऑप्शन के तौर के हो गया कि अगर किसी वोटर को अपना आधार देना है तो वो अपना आधार एज एन ऑप्शन आप दे सकते हैं. तो अभी इस तरीके की कोई प्रैक्टिस नहीं हुई है. अब एक और मैं दे रहा हूँ. सेकंड मैं आपको एक और इंस्टेंस बताऊंगा, नॉट फॉर इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया but that is done by State Election Commission of Bihar. So they have used biometric data for identification of voters in their elections, or recently they have done this election. And apart from this, they are also using OCR for identifying electors. तो वो आधार के साथ साथ OCR को यूज़ कर रहे हैं, और they are integrating all the data, voters data, with the OCR technology and biometric technology to identify voters. But that is not done by ECI. That is done by State Election Commission of Bihar. So this is the only instance we have seen using of OCR or biometric data for election purposes. But in ECI history, only there was one activity, that was NERPAP, that was happened in 2015. और उसके बाद चूँकि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सुप्रीम कोर्ट चली गई और वो प्राइवेसी का इशू हो गया, उसके बाद फिर हम लोग ने देखा एक आधार एक्ट भी आया था. सो दैट इज़ द डेवलपमेंट. माई सेल्फ कपिल शर्मा, आई एम डोमेन एक्सपर्ट एंड हेड ऑफ सेंटर फॉर नेशनल ट्रेनिंग IIIDM. सो दिस इज फ्रॉम माई साइड.
Smartphones are not available. So this is the problem. So how it can be go biometric? In rural areas.
क्या इस रूरल एरिया में स्मार्टफोन?
In rural areas, still today smartphones are not available.
तो इसीलिए तो अभी हम लोग पूरी तरीके से उस पर नहीं जा रहे हैं. We have offline methods. That's why, because we have a large number of voters coming from rural background. That's why we have online, we have offline method. We are strict with this.
They are still using simple phones for.
अभी ये आगे in future में develop होगा. अभी तो देखा जाएगा. ठीक. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
मेरा नाम जसप्रीत कौल है. I'm स्टेट सी पाइकन, पैशनेट साइकिलिस्ट हूँ. मैंने जो वर्ल्ड का हाईएस्ट पोलिंग स्टेशन है ताशीगांग, शिमला से ताशीगांग तक मैंने वोटर अवेयरनेस राइड किया था. और एल्टीट्यूड पे अपने आप ही चैलेंजिंग होता है पैदल चलना. मेरे को इलेक्शन कमीशन ने रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी और मेरे पे विश्वास जताया. उस वक्त ताशीगांग के लोगों ने बाइकआउट कर दिया था वोटिंग के लिए. तो जब मैं उनके बीच में गया और सीओ साहब का मैंने मैसेज दिया, इलेक्शन कमीशन का मैसेज दिया, तो उनका यही क्वेश्चन था कि हमें वोटिंग से क्या बेनिफिट है, हमारा क्या बेनिफिट है. हमारे जो लोकल इश्यूज़ हैं वो तो सॉल्व नहीं होते, इसलिए हमने बाइकआउट कर दिया. और वो इकलौता ऐसा पोलिंग स्टेशन है जहाँ पे इंटरनेशनल मीडिया की भी नज़र रहती है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हर बार ही 100% पोलिंग होती है. तो मेरा ये मानना है, उनको मैंने कन्विंस किया एंड दे पार्टिसिपेटेड इन वोटिंग और 82% पोल हुआ वहाँ पे. अब मेरा ये मानना है कि जैसे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को डिजिटल इंडिया बनाना चाह रही है और काफ़ी हद तक बना दिया है, तो हमारा इलेक्शन कमीशन क्यों नहीं डिजिटल इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया बन सकता. आजकल हिमाचल के सभी ऑफिसेज में फेस रिकॉग्नाइज से आपकी अटेंडेंस लगती है, तो व्हाई नॉट इलेक्शन कमीशन क्यों नहीं इस चीज़ को कर सकता. उससे क्या होगा कि लोगों को ये लगता है कि जब हम वोट कास्ट करने जाते हैं हमारा टाइम वेस्ट होता है. टाइम इज़ वैल्यू. लंबी लंबी क्यूज़ होती हैं, कभी गर्मियों में इलेक्शन होते हैं तो धूप होती है, तो उनको यही लगता है कि हमारा क्या बेनिफिट है. तो मेरा जस्ट ये मानना है कि अगर इस चीज़ को भी अगर कंसीडर किया जाए, लोगों के लिए अगर इसको ईजी किया जाए, तो शायद हमारे वोटिंग परसेंटेज में काफ़ी वो.
एक्चुअली इलेक्शन में हम लोग जो भी डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं, वॉट एवर डेवलपमेंट्स आर कमिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ इलेक्शन कमीशन और इलेक्शन मशीनरी, सो ऑलवेज देयर इज अ लीगल बेस. एक लीगल बेस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो जैसे ये रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है कि वी हैव AI राइट नाउ, वी हैव technologies also to identify voters, but the question is there any legal base from coming from RP Act? So because अगर हमने EVM भी इंट्रोड्यूस की थी तो 1980 के शुरुआती दौर में EVM शुरू हुई थी और फिर उसमें हमको अमेंडमेंट करना पड़ा था RP Act में, और जो 1989 में हो जाके हुआ. तो it took 10 years. तो लीगल बेस के बिना को इंट्रोड्यूस करना अपने आप में एक सोचना होगा कि वो कैसे होगा, क्योंकि हमको एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी और पब्लिक फेथ भी मेंटेन करना है हमारे इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम के साथ. तो जो भी कोई भी इनोवेशन होगा वो लीगल बेस पे हो. पॉइंट 1. पॉइंट 2, टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट चल रहे हैं. आज हमारे पास ECI नेट है, वी हैव वन यूनिफाइड पोर्टल, एंड ऑल्सो वी आर गोइंग टू इंटीग्रेट ऑल दैट डाटा विद दैट ECI नेट पोर्टल ऑल्सो. अब आज की डेट में अगर आपको इलेक्शंस में वोटिंग परसेंटेज चेक करने हैं तो आपको किसी टेलीविज़न की स्क्रीन में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. If you want to get accurate voting percentage, just go to ECI net and get that data. So we are developing that unified one-stop destination where we can get all data related to CI or election. But it takes time, and whatever innovations will come, that will come with legal background. So it takes time. और जो डिमांड्स हैं वो भी धीरे धीरे टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट के साथ साथ जैसे जैसे लीगल एडवांसमेंट होगा हमारा, वैसे वो इनकॉर्पोरेट होते रहेंगे. तो थैंक यू वेरी मच.
मेरा क्वेश्चन थोड़ा हटके है मैम. अभी जो पंचायत इलेक्शन हुए उसमें मेरी ड्यूटी एज ए प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर लगी थी. तो जब ड्यूटीज़ लगती हैं तो उस टाइम क्या होता है कि हमारे साथ सिक्योरिटी होती है, हमारे लिए गाड़ियाँ आ रही हैं, हमें पोलिंग बूथ पे लेके जा रही हैं. ठीक है, उस दिन लेके जाती हैं। 3 पंचायत में हमने इलेक्शन करवाना होता है, वहाँ से एक पंचायत में हमें छोड़ के आए, फिर उसके बाद कोई नहीं पूछता है। उसमें इलेक्शन हो गया, उस दिन रात को रिजल्ट निकाला, 12 बज गए, 1 बज गए, उसके बाद कोई पता नहीं है, कोई गाड़ी हमें लेने नहीं आई। दूसरी पंचायत में हमने जाना है, हमें बैलेट पेपर्स एक साथ दे दिए गए तीनों पंचायत के। रात को हम कैसे जाएंगे, अगली पंचायत में कैसे पहुंचेंगे, वहाँ इलेक्शन करवाएंगे। तीसरी पंचायत में जाएंगे, रात को 2 बजे हम काउंटिंग करके निकल रहे हैं, अगले दिन फिर से वैसे ही जा रहे हैं। बिल्कुल थकान होती है, ना कोई रेस्ट डे है, 3-3 पंचायत में इलेक्शन करवा रहे हैं। अगर ऐसा नहीं करना है, हमें कोई गाड़ी दूसरी पंचायत में जाने के लिए, तीसरे के लिए नहीं पहुंचानी है, तो पहली बार भी क्यों देनी है? इससे इलेक्शन कमीशन का खर्चा बच जाएगा। जैसे हम दूसरी पंचायत में जा रहे हैं अपनी गाड़ियां लेके, जो भी फैसिलिटी लेके हम जा रहे हैं, वैसे हम पहली वाली में भी जा सकते हैं। ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं। तो ये आपकी बात समझ में आ गई। दिस अच्छा ठीक। अच्छा, माई सेल्फ राकेश कुमार, लेक्चर कंप्यूटर साइंस में। देखिए, ये जो सवाल है, ये आज का जो हमारा टॉपिक है वो वोटर आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड इन ईज है। हम अच्छा
सो आई जस्ट लाइक, यहाँ पर जितने भी लोग उपस्थित हैं उनको ये डिस्टिंक्शन आई जस्ट लाइक टू क्लैरिफाई कि जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया है और उनके अंडर जो चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर्स जो काम करते हैं, उनके ऑफिसर्स जो काम करते हैं, दे डू नॉट ऑर्गेनाइज पंचायत इलेक्शंस। सो आपका जो कंसर्न है वो स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन है ना। स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन एक इट्स अ टोटली डिफरेंट एंटिटी। just for everybody's clarification, that election commission and chief electoral officers, their responsibility is to organize elections for the parliament and for the state assemblies, right? So aapka concerns genuine hai, but we would request you to take it up with the state election commission. We are not the competent authority for the panchayat elections.
Thank you, ma'am. This conference provided us a valuable platform for innovative solutions that can make voters' identification easier, more efficient, and more inclusive. Now I would like to request additional CEO Dr. Murari ji for a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to close the international workshop on the thematic priority, ease of identification at the ballot, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. On behalf of the organizer, I extend our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished academicians, election management bodies, technology expert, policy framer, researcher, and practitioner who join us today, both physically and virtually. Your valuable insight, thoughtful deliberation, and active participation have greatly enriched the discussion and contributed to the success of this workshop. I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all esteemed speakers, panelists, for sharing their expertise, experiences, and innovative perspective on enhancing the ease of voter identification, while holding the principles of accessibility, inclusiveness, transparency, and electoral integrity. Our sincere thanks are due to Election Commission of India, IIIDM, and International IDEA for collaborating institution for successful organizing this important international workshop. We acknowledge the guidance and support extended by our senior officers, coordinators, organizing officials whose effort made this event possible. I also wish to thank all participants and support and who join us online from different parts of the world. Your engagement reflects the global significance of strengthening democracy's process through innovation and collaboration. Finally, we express our gratitude to technical team, support staff, volunteer, and all those working behind the scene for ensuring the seamless conduct of workshop. We hope that idea exchange today will continue to inspire research, policy development, practical solutions that make voter identification more accessible, secure, and citizen-friendly. Thank you all for your participation. We wish everyone a safe journey and look forward to continued collaboration in strengthening democratic institutions. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Loktantra.
Thanks a lot. Again, thanks for all participants for fruitful and productive discussion here. अब सभी इसके पश्चात भोजन के लिए आमंत्रित हैं. सबसे पहले हमारे डिग्नेटरीज, गेस्ट लेक्चर्स, वो उनको कृपया भोजन के लिए, फूड के लिए रेस्टोरेंट में लेके जाएंगे यहाँ से, जिनकी ड्यूटी लगी है. All participants are invited for lunch. यहाँ नीचे इनके रेस्टोरेंट में लंच की व्यवस्था की गई है सबके लिए. जो इलेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट का स्टाफ है वो कृपया वो बाद में लंच करेंगे. जो इलेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट का स्टाफ है वो कृपया पहले मेहमान, सबसे पहले जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स बाहर से आए हैं, गेस्ट आए हैं, वो पहले लंच करेंगे.